And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Australian Open TV for day 3 of qualifying here at the Australian Open. The main draw only a few days away. And look at Melbourne, looking absolutely resplendent. Getting to around about 33 degrees today, perfect for tennis. We've seen some hot action over the last 2 days, and we've got a full day of qualifying coming up here on Australian Open TV. 10 courts in operation, a few Australians as well, 3 Australians in fact on our main broadcast court. Looking forward to that, and isn't it getting exciting? You can see Rod Laver Arena behind me. We're getting ever so closer. Let's have a look at the format for the qualifying, and a lot of the Australian Open campaigns start here for the players. The women's format, 96 players. That included 8 wild cards, and it's pretty simple. It's a 3-round knockout format, best of 3 sets. You just have to keep on winning. And the men also started their campaign on Wednesday morning. 128 players, including 9 wild cards, and exactly the same for the men's, a 3-round knockout format and the best of 3 sets. The one difference is 16 men qualify for the Australian Open draw. So as the officials get going for the qualifying, for the ball boys, for the lines people, for the umpires, the Australian Open starts right now during the qualifying rounds. But we're really gearing up for a big one starting on Monday. We had a very entertaining day on our broadcast court yesterday. We're about to run through the results. Don't forget, it's free admission for anybody in Melbourne that wants to come and have a look at the qualifying. A big day tomorrow as well, Nickelodeon Kids Day. It is $10 for adults, and anybody under 16 comes in for free. And it's free admission today. Yesterday, let's have a look at some of the results. Tamira Paszek from Austria, just a little bit too good for Sarah Tomic, the 15-year-old younger sister of Bernard Tomic. Took a little bit of time for Sarah to get into the match. Some frustrating moments in the first set, going down there 6-2, and put in a real fight in the second set, but unfortunately going down there 7-5 to Tamira Paszek from Austria. The next match saw another Australian. The Rodionovas were out in force yesterday, and Arena Rodionova had to contend with the 7th seed Heather Watson. 6-4, 6-3. Parts of the match, Arena got very frustrated, having words with herself on many occasions. Heather was just able to contain herself, keep consistent. She is the number 3 Brit, and she has been here many times before in qualifying. She knows how to get the job done. Heather Watson defeating Arena Rodionova 6-4, 6-3. Better news for Arena's sister though, Anastasia, wearing the long socks, making a fashion statement up against a fascinating player, Coco Vandeweghe, who's a very big sporting family, a very well-known sporting family. Coco Vandeweghe has a very big serve. She was belting them down at around about 195 kilometres an hour. But down the other end, Anastasia kept her cool, kept in control. A couple of big breaks in the second set. And that ball sailing over the line to give Anastasia the match. 6-4, 6-4. So some good news for Australia there. Anastasia joining John Patrick Smith and also Andrew Harris in the second round of qualifying for the Australians. Natha Baines and Andrea Havlikova. This was entertaining. Natha wasn't really in the contest in the first set. Andrea Havlikova's had so much experience at Grand Slam level in doubles, but Natha really put it to the check in the second set. It was very entertaining, going to a tie-break. And in the end, it was Andrea Havlikova defeating Natha Baines 6-2, 7-6, but so much to take out of it for this 17-year-old Natha Baines, who was born in Leeds and now resides in Australia. Really look for that name in the future, Natha Baines, and you can see the respect there from Havlikova, making sure she shook the hands of Natha Baines. And then we saw Jimmy Wang from Chinese Taipei. The fans came out in force to support Jimmy against Paul-Henri Mathieu from France, and unfortunately Paul-Henri tried to keep the points short, but it wasn't enough to sustain just a very consistent and mixed bag from Jimmy Wang. He was very comfortable at the net, as we'll see here. His volleys were fantastic, really forcing the issue from Paul-Henri, who was one time 12th in the world, but unfortunately has succumbed to plenty of injuries along the way. The score there was 6-4, 6-2. Well, let's now head down to Show Court 3, where you'll be seeing 3 Australians in action, 4 matches in total, and the men to call all of the action, Dan Ryan and Brett Phillips. Good morning, boys.
Good morning to you, Matt. We're certainly looking forward to a big day of play here out on Show Court number 3. Brett, it's going to be tough for the players because it is very hot already.
Yeah, building up to 33, Dan. I've been up since 4. It was already 22 as I went in to do a bit of breakfast radio this morning. It feels 10 degrees hotter here on court, so going to be a warm day for the players.
Yeah, certainly a big challenge for all our players today. Plenty of action happening on all of the outside courts here at Melbourne Park. Let's check out the schedule for Show Court number 6. First of all, it starts with Heather Watson from Great Britain up against Stephanie Fortes-Garçon of France. Some other matches there, but a big one there for the French woman and also for the Great Britain.
Yeah, Heather Watson had a win over Arina Rodionova. She was pretty impressive after being 2-love down in that opening set. Arina jumped out of the blocks really well, but Heather steadied, 1 in straight. She's a former top 40 player, and she should expect to get through to the main draw. Fortes-Garçon, interesting player, been around a long time. Used to wear the glasses, had a hard-fought win yesterday, but I think Heather maybe in straight today.
Some more men's and women's singles on Show Court number 6. Let's turn our attention now to Show Court number 7. That kicks off with a match between Rain Williams of the USA, the 13th seed in the men's singles, up against Austin Krajicek, so an all-USA affair.
Yeah, Williams certainly one that we've been keeping an eye on for a few years now. We're going to see Dennis Kudler out here today. There's a few young Americans, Jack Sox coming through that are trying to sort of eventually replace the big guns that have retired out of American men's tennis in the last few years. So I think Williams probably wins as the seeded player.
We'll keep you up to date with all of the action out on court number 7. Let's have a look at the schedule for Show Court number 8. That starts off with proceedings of Magda Linette of Poland, the 8th seed, up against Lucy Hardecka of the Czech Republic. We see a lot of Lucy. She's a talented player.
Yeah, very good doubles player. Had some Grand Slam success, but a bit like Casey Delacroix from an Australian perspective, when you play a lot of doubles, you also want to keep your singles ranking at a very healthy rate. So she should win. She's been around a long time and should be able to prevail today.
Well, Show Court number 3 is the court that we'll be keeping you up to date with, of course, our main broadcast court here at Melbourne Park. It starts with the Australian JP Smith. He's up first, up against Dennis Kudler of the USA, the 4th seed. So it's a big test for the young Australian.
He's got the big lefty serve, JP, and of course played a lot of his tennis college-wise over in the United States. He's never been ranked inside the top 200, so he needs a breakthrough. Trying to get through to the main draw. Was the top seed at the recent wildcard playoff and fell short there. JP, very keen to make it through to the final round of qualies.
Yeah, let's hope JP can have a cracking one out here. Our second game on court number 3 will be Zheng Ji of China up against Andrew Harris of Australia. Andrew Harris was very exciting in round 1. We're looking forward to this one.
Love Andrew Harris, 19. His mum Anne Minter made a quarter-final here at the Australian Open, was ranked 25. Got the tennis genes, got a bit of court presence, got a bit of attitude. He's grown in stature. Really big game, seems to enjoy the big occasion. And Sean, we've played a lot against him in Davis Cup as we were trying to get back in the World Group. He actually played doubles with Roger Federer in Shanghai back in October as a wildcard entry. Big, tall, strapping sort of guy, but Andrew Harris hoping he can back up for Australia.
Yeah, make sure if you're watching anywhere in the world, don't miss that match. The first of our women's singles here on court number 3 features Kristina Pliskova of the Czech Republic. She's the number 9 seed up against Victoria Duval.
Yeah, Pliskova had a really good win against Elisa Klebanova yesterday, former top 30 player on the way back from, some really ordinary illness in the last 2 years, and she was probably just needing an extra run, so to speak. So Pliskova, very good, comes from a famous pairing of sisters. But, I think she probably gets through, although qualies can throw up lots of surprises, as we've seen down in the first 2 days.
Yeah, they certainly can. The final match on Show Court number 3 features another Australian. It's Anastasia Rodionova. She won through yesterday with a straight sets victory. She's up against Karina Witthoff off of Germany. So we'll see how Anastasia goes today.
A bit of a fashion statement from Anastasia. The long socks yesterday, we normally are used to seeing her wear the glasses. Had to fight really hard. I mean, it's interesting playing qualies out here. You've got the crowd sort of moving in and out of the stadium. You've got a little bit of the wind coming through. Lots of distractions. And you've got to maintain your focus. She was able to do that, Anastasia. Had an ordinary AO wildcard playoff. Won the dubs in Brisbane last week, but very keen to get back into the main draw and get her ranking back inside the top 100 in 2014.
Well, Matt, there is plenty of action happening around all the courts here at Melbourne Park. It's very hot courtside. We're going to jump up to the air-conditioned commentary box, and it's back to you for now.
Thank you very much, Dan and Brett. Well, as I can report, around about 33 degrees will be the forecast for today. Perfect for tennis. It's been magic over the last couple of days here in the sporting capital of Australia. The current temperature, 25 degrees. It's beautiful and sunny. A little bit of a breeze, which is keeping things nice and comfortable. So we have a bit of a look there at the Melbourne skyline, and Show Court 3 about to hold 4 matches on Australian Open television. We'd love to hear from you through all forms of social media, and especially Twitter. And we got a couple of tweets yesterday that were very interesting. At Australian Open, disappointed to confirm that Nicolas Almagro has withdrawn from the Australian Open due to ongoing shoulder injury. We wish him a fast recovery. We all say hear, hear. And this is a beauty. At Tia Maria, saying a prayer to the gods of standby travel that my friend and I get on a flight to Australia tonight. Australian Open, here I come. Good on you, Maria, and we certainly hope you get here before Monday so you can cheer on your favourite players. If you have any favourite players, hopes for 2014, please tweet us and let us know. Ticketek.com.au for all of your ticket needs. Rod Laver Arena has filled very, very quickly, along with Hisense Arena, but ground passes are the way to go. You can get here bright and early in the morning and then stay right through until about 11 o'clock at night in Garden Square. Australian Open, getting closer.
Gary!
Yeah, boss, what's up?
You were in charge of the assembly line yesterday, weren't you, Gary?
Yeah, I was around.
Good. Mind explaining these then, Gary?
I got caught up.
Get caught up in the Australian Open this summer. Tickets are on sale. Book now.
I think that tennis has always sort of led the way. There's just no safe place to go on the court, you know? It never leaves your racket, and you're comfortable. That's an evolution of the game, and something tells me it's not going to stop here. I mean, history would prove that it's never going to stop.
For me, success is when I go out on the court and execute my game. It's just a matter of how well you prepare yourself to be in the state of mind that you want to be out there.
Pressure for myself, there's always that, you know. I want to prove to myself that I can be the best player, that I can beat everyone, that I can do it day in, day out.
In this sport, you're out there all by yourself, and if you're playing in front of 15,000 people, it can be a very lonely place. To be a champion, you have to have everything. You have to be the best competitor. You have to be the fittest. You have to have the toughest mind. You've got to have everything. And to find somebody like that is so tough.
Cameras, is it on there?
Camera 6.
small margins and small details decide a winner.
You see these guys, the way they move, the way they adapt, the way they fight, and that's a remarkable era.
I do get nervous when the big moments come around, but you hope that it's exactly right then when you play your best.
Well, welcome back here to Melbourne Park. It is day 3 of qualifying. We're looking forward to second round men's singles action. Dan Ryan alongside Brett Phillips. And Brett, we are looking forward to this game. It features JP Smith of Australia up against Dennis Kudla of the USA, the 4th seed. So a big test for the Aussie.
Yeah, it certainly is. Had a really good win. I know it was a long match, and you called that, Dan, a couple of days ago against Ben Mitchell, who, of course, it's been a big 12 months for Ben. I mean, go back a year ago, and he actually won the AO Wildcard playoff and got direct entry into the Australian Open, and 12 months later he was runner-up, of course, at the Wildcard playoff, and then, of course, bowed out first round qualies here. So the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows as we take you down to
court.
So guys,
level. Everything as usual, 6 balls in playing, 7-9 the ball change, 7-line umpires on court, net machine on this court. We're not using the Hawkeye for this match. And just to remind about the rules for the time violation, you're familiar with the new rules. It applies also now in the Grand Slams with 20 seconds for server. Okay? You have 20 seconds, not 25. ATP 25, here's 20 seconds.
Gotta remember the rules, man.
Yeah. Try to make it. Any questions? Head or tails?
Heads.
Heads. Oh. Here, Dennis. Receive. Good match.
So there is the coin toss. I think it was Kudla of the USA that won that coin toss. So
the rolling coin.
Yeah, absolutely. It didn't seem to stop. So there he is on screen. The 21-year-old from the USA.
Yeah, seeded 4 here. Of course, originally born in the Ukraine. His singles ranking 113, so he just missed direct entry into the Australian Open. Did play main draw of the AO back in 2012. Has been as high as 90 in the world. Did make the second round of Wimbledon last year, and also the second round of the US Open. Had a very comfortable first round victory over Daniel Cox of Great Britain, 6-4, 6-1. And he's 2013, he won a challenger in the US. He made another final also in the US last year. Reached a quarter-final or better in 4 challenges, and also had a pretty decent result at Queen's, the annual build-up to Wimbledon on the grass, where he lost to Joe Wilfried Tsonga in a quarter-final. But his hard court record is 1-7, which is interesting, and we'll see how he fares today as the higher-seeded player against JP Smith.
Well, looking forward to this match coming up in just a moment. Australian Open not too far away.
Gary!
Yeah, boss, what's up?
You were in charge of the assembly line yesterday, weren't you, Gary?
Yeah, I was around.
Good. Mind explaining these then, Gary?
I got caught up.
Get caught up in the Australian Open this summer. Tickets are on sale. Book now.
Get caught up in the Australian Open 2014. It is the place to be, Melbourne Park, over the summer of Australia. Certainly looking forward to seeing all the big superstars out on court in the coming weeks. And happening out just behind the court is the Australian Open draw, of course, where one of these players, perhaps. If you're a winner of the qualifiers, you might find yourself into the main draw up against one of the big names, like the great Roger Federer that we saw in some terrific pictures just moments ago.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll bring you news of the draw right throughout the day as it's unfolding. We'll piece all the big marquee matchups together, but that is going on. And of course, you can view everything happening here at Melbourne Park on Australian Open TV. So we've had a look at Denis Kudla, the men's 4th seed here in qualifying. His opponent, JP Smith, who we're quite familiar with from an Australian perspective. But he was the top seed at the recent AO Wildcard playoff in December and was beaten by the eventual winner, Jordan Thompson, who's, of course, playing at the AMBI Classic at Kooyong in a build-up tournament this week. Singles ranking 223 for JP. Has been as high as 205, but hasn't been able to crack that top 200. Got that big lefty serve, the good solid ground strokes. Of course, spent about 4 years playing college tennis in the United States. He knows all about the warm weather, coming from Townsville in the far part of Australia in North Queensland. And the serve, certainly his big weapon. He'd be hoping that's really on song today. Did go to Brisbane last week, lost the first round in qualifying, and played a combination of Challengers and Futures tournaments in 2013. Actually won Futures in Canada, made 3 quarterfinals and a couple of semis on the Challenger Tour. So just looking for that breakthrough Challenger win or to make a couple of finals, which will certainly see that ranking come well inside the top 200. And 24, certainly the window still open for JP Smith to have an impact on the world of tennis.
He had a really interesting match in round 1 against fellow Australian Ben Mitchell. He won 7-5, 6-3, but the game was almost over 2 hours. It took a long time for either player to gain some ascendancy, and very difficult for either player to string consecutive points together as well. We're here for a long time calling that one.
Tougher for the players or the commentators?
A bit of both, mate. I tell you what, it certainly earned our money's worth. But I think the challenge for JP today will just be that consistency to string those points together, put the pressure on his opponent, and just not rely on his serve as much as what perhaps he did in that opening round match.
Yeah, he's a really interesting player. I mean, we see so many sort of reach this ranking. I mean, we've seen it with Matt Reed, another Australian who unfortunately bowed out in qualies and lost first round of the wildcard playoff, but his ranking's sort of been hovering around that sort of 220 mark. I mean, Sam Groth is one who was the same. He's made a bit of a breakthrough and got himself inside the top 200. So they just need a couple of really good results throughout the year, trying to turn those quarterfinals, which players can have a habit of making pretty quickly in those smaller events, into finals appearances. And then if you win a couple, we've seen it with Marinko Matosevic, who only 2 years ago was ranked about 200 in the world. And now he's about 60 in the world and actually playing ATP events. So it's a fine line. I mean, anyone that's sort of in the top 250 players in the world, they can all play. It's just that consistency and certainly been able to sustain it week in, week out.
Just a reminder, of course, free entry here to the Australian Open qualifiers. Great day's action. Beautiful conditions to come out, sit in the sun, watch some tennis, and see some of these players try and crack into the main draw of the 2014 Australian Open. Second round action today in both men's and women's singles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second round qualifying match will be the best of 3 sets. First 2 sets tiebreak, final set advantage. Between to the right of the chair from the United States, Denis Kudla. To the left of the chair from Australia, Jean-Patrick Smith. Kudla won the toss and elected to receive. Time.
Interesting choice there by Denis Kudla. You just heard the chair umpire make the announcement that he did win the toss and he elected to receive. So it's a good sign, I guess, for JP Smith to open proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think if you can, well, there's 2 ways of looking at it. If you can get a break of serve early, it can really set you on your way. And sometimes you might think you can really unsettle your opponent, but you know, JP, if you look at his matches over the journey, he doesn't get broken too often. So he sets, and they're never over too quickly. If he is going to lose a set, JP Smith, it might be you know, 4 and 6, but never gets totally blown away because of the advantage of having that lefty serve, which does make him very competitive every time he goes out and plays.
So just moments away from a start here, round 2 men's qualifying. There is Denis Kudla, the number 4 seed from the USA.
Jean-Patrick Smith to serve. Ready, play.
So JP Smith from Australia to get things underway here on day 3.
15 love.
It's a good deep return by
15
Kudla.
all.
JP Smith, of course, does play a lot of doubles as well, so he'll be keen to try and get into the net as much as possible, and that's going to be a key tactic for Kudla to really push him back in the court. It's a very good volleyer, JP Smith.
Beautiful forehand. Come onto that beautifully, didn't he?
30-15.
Yeah, always looking to really step into the court, JP Smith, and get on the front foot. You won't see him anchor to the baseline if he can help it. Try and finish off the points as quick as he can.
Thank you, ball boy. Ball, please. Take the ball, please. Thank you.
Just forced well behind the baseline on that occasion, Smith. Kudla comes up with the points off the error.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch, Dan. There's been 100 rankings points separating these two players. What's the difference, between a guy ranked 113 and a guy ranked 223? Just little subtleties that we'll notice throughout the game. It's maybe prevented JP from leaping up as much as he'd like in the rankings. Just the quality of the return to serve there from Denis Kudla. Really get that first ball back into play and put some pressure on your opponent. And I think you said before that JP can't rely just on that first serve. So his ground strokes still needing to just go up a notch.
Okay, Kudla.
Well, Kudla elected to receive, and a good decision in the end as he gets an early break against JP Smith of Australia. So the American, he leads 1-0.
Yeah, that is a huge bonus indeed for Denis Kudla. JP Smith would like to see his serve broken. And this is the draw taking place at the moment, live here at Melbourne Park under the reconstructed Margaret Court Arena, which is going to look fantastic for the tennis. The outside finishing touches will be put on over the next 12 months, as well as the roof becoming retractable. We'll bring you all the details of the draw as it comes to hand.
Left, first service.
You can, of course, watch the draw being done live, streaming live, of course, on Australian Open TV while you're watching here. Make sure you open a new tab. Keep an eye on what's happening here. Keep an eye on the draw as well. Plenty happening on Australian Open TV.
Yeah, all covered. There's our man Ian Cowan. Oh, just got the bag of fruit on today there.
He's a busy man, looking sharp.
Look at him. A bit of airbrushing.
Spent a long time in hair and makeup this morning.
15 all. Oh! 15-30.
It's a bit of a slight window here for Smith. First service game of Kudla.
30-all.
A good rally exchange between the pair there. Kudla really trying to flatten the ball out, not get into JP's hitting zone.
Just sends that one wide, so a game point here for the American to consolidate the break. Put himself in a good position early here in the opening set.
Game, Kudla. Kudla leads 2 games to love.
So 2 games to love for Denis Kudla of the USA. The 4 seed looking good here early.
The young kids, Dan, the Hot Shots, a great program that Tennis Australia run. You're going to see this over the next couple of weeks when you come to the tennis. There'll be lots of demonstrations on a lot of the courts around Melbourne Park. Great for the kids to learn about the sport of tennis, to take it up from a young age.
Sit down, please. Sit down. Sit down. Love 15.
It's an important game, this one, for Smith. Broken in his first service game. Needs to stay in touch early.
$15-all.
He's a great guy to talk to, JP Smith, which we've been able to do at the Wildcard playoff the last couple of years. Really personable sort of guy. That's a great serve down the tee, great placement.
30-15.
Good speed to it, 193. He's taken just a different route to what a lot of the Australian tennis players have done, going and spending 4 years in college.
40-15.
It's a nice serve again, right down the tee.
A bit quicker, 196.
Game, Smith.
And Smith from Australia holds serve there for the first time in the match. He trails by 2 games to 1.
2 games to 1.
In the opening set. They've been going for 9 minutes here on show court number 3. Well, we're looking forward to the Australian Open, and one girl that's going to be very tough to beat is Serena Williams.
Serena says, look out. Let's hear from her now. One-sided as you could possibly imagine.
So there is a shot there of the draw taking place just underneath Margaret Court Arena. We wait with anticipation to see who will match up against who in the opening round.
Best place to be, Dan, under the shade.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, we'll bring you news as it's unfolding. Fingers crossed. From an Australian perspective, we always like to get a few Australians through the first week. It's in the lap of the gods.
This man on screen, JP Smith, would love to be a part of the main draw. Needs to win his match here against Dennis Kudler of the USA, and then one more on Saturday to make it through. But he's under pressure here.
$15 left.
Just saw some shots of Serena Williams moments ago, and a nice package there on Australian Open TV. Is she beatable this year, do you think, BP? What are your thoughts?
Very hard to back anyone against Serena, but she can have off days. Last year against Sloane Stephens.
15-all.
All I want to see is all her opponents coming through the early rounds. I mean, Azarenka and Sharapova, if it gets to the business end, as we expect, will take her on. I've always felt a lot of the players have been very intimidated by Serena. Sloane Stephens wasn't last year.
30-15.
Nice forehand there from Kudler.
So if any of the players are going to take on Serena in that first, second, third, fourth round, just throw everything but the kitchen sink at her, and you never know.
Let for a service.
It's
the beauty of sport, so unpredictable, particularly at a Grand Slam.
She does seem in the zone, though, for me. She
looks in great shape.
Yeah, in the city yesterday.
Held a press conference, I think, on the penthouse rooftop of the Olsen Hotel.
She's promoting her bra range.
30-all.
Just get a feeling with Serena. She's got a lot left in her at 32.
40-30.
He lost the 4 games last year, and she's still in really good nick, and she still loves the game. That's the important thing. You've got to still be in love with the game and all the travel that goes with it.
Game Kudler.
So a tidy service game there from Dennis Kudler, the number 4 seed, comfortably holds. He leads by three games to 1 here in the first set. So just a reminder, the draw here taking place, a press conference being held. The announcement of the main draw for the Australian Open starting on Monday.
Craig Tiley, the tournament
our man
director,
Ian Cohen
and now
emceeing proceedings.
Of course, the AO Blitzes, which has been a great competition, the winners have been announced, which also get some of the best players playing for their town.
Love 15.
The draw, of course, is streaming live on Australian Open TV, where you're watching here. The qualifiers, make sure you just open a new tab.
Yep.
Keep an eye on both.
Flick back and forth.
Exactly right.
Love 30.
So some pressure here on the JP Smith serve yet again. 10 courts in operation today for day 3 of qualifying. We'll bring you plenty of updates of what is happening, but also just keep an eye on the Australian Open website, ausopen.com, ausopen.com, and all the scores will be ticking over regularly.
Jump on the social media channels too. We'd love to hear from you. Tweet us at @AusOpen, hashtag AusOpen.
Love 40.
So JP Smith here facing 3 break points. Ominous signs in this opening set. way to save one.
15-14.
Quickest serve so far. 199. His last service game, he got up to 196.
White.
So that's 2 break point opportunities gone. 1 remaining here for Denis Kudla. He's looking for a 4-1 lead here in the opening set. Let's see what JP Smith can do to save this one.
There's a little bit of that wind picking up as well at court level.
Kudla.
Well, the forehand error finally came from JP Smith. Kudla
leads by 4-1.
And he's got a commanding lead here in the opening set. He leads by 4-1 in 17 minutes.
Yeah, commanding lead for the American. It is certainly becoming quite gusty. The flag's really blowing as I look out to the outside courts here at Melbourne Park. So that always makes it a little bit tricky with the elements. Lots of different things for the players to contend with. Movement in the grandstand, the patrons sort of coming in. It's more of a relaxed feel. Obviously no usher, so if you are coming down to the tennis, just pick your mark when to walk in. Got the draw going on next door, streaming live on Australian Open TV. You can open up a new tab and watch that, as well as day 3 of qualies here at Melbourne Park. But great start here for Kudla. He is the higher ranked player. 2nd round of Wimbledon and the US Open last year, so has been as high as 90. Can play.
You mentioned the breeze just before BP. The heat is actually quite tough too. A lot hotter than what it was yesterday, and we were down on court level for a few moments early this morning, and certainly felt the pinch there, being down on court for about 20 minutes. So tough for the players underfoot.
Yeah, I don't think I'd survive out there, Dan, for too long. I'd be wilting, calling for the trainer.
The ice pack.
Love 15.
So Kudla serving here 4-1. Smith really needs to break back here. Well crafted point. Easy put away in the end. Attacks the short ball. Gets the forehand winner.
(15-13).
It really is fascinating covering this tournament, the wild card. You're getting to see players, and obviously with the 2 weeks of the Open to come, ranked from the elite to the top 250 plus.
30-all.
Great serve out wide. And trying to spot what the differences are. And, even the other night when Federer was playing Tsonga here on Rod Laver Arena, and Leighton Hewitt was making the comment that, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga hasn't been able to break through and win a major. And Roger Rashid, who coached Tsonga for a while, this is the difference between, number 6 in the world and number 9. So that one sails.
40-30.
Is that consistency and that ability to actually stay in games, or Jo-Wilfried can play. I mean, he's a fabulous player, but just has moments where he goes missing for 10, 20 minutes, which can cost you big games.
It doesn't take much in tennis, does it, for momentum to swing and to lose the plot momentarily?
Game, Kudla.
So a good, easy hold there for Kudla again. BP, I think one of the things we've noticed throughout the qualifying, the difference in these players is just the ability to know when to make the right shot at the right time in those key moments of big games. When matches are sitting there in the balance, ready for someone to take ownership, just having that ability to know when to strike, when to pull back, and what to play when and why.
And that's what coaches are working on, aren't they, all the time? Shot selection. Miles McLagan's come on with Sam Stosur. I know he's been challenging Sam in the last month. Well, why did you hit that ball? Why did you choose that shot when... Oh, great cross-court backhand there from Kudla.
Low 15.
He's seeing them beautifully at the moment. Yeah, when to pull the trigger, when not to pull the trigger. And you can certainly tell that the young players who are rising through from an Australian perspective and internationally, they just have great court craft. They just know how to construct points really well.
That's a good point from JP Smith. Started with the good serve.
He's been desperate to get in, JP, because he's so good as a volleyer. He's been anchored to the baseline a little bit due to Kudla's good deep hitting. Anytime he can get in, he'll be looking to pounce here.
Well, that's a good shot.
30-15.
Backhand came right at his feet. He was able to get a racket to it and send it down the line. So 30-15 here. Must hold here, JP Smith.
Let for service. $40-15.
Yeah, would at least want to make Kudla serve for the set. JP Smith. So just needs a nice big serve here. Good pace on it, but long.
$40-30.
So not the ideal time to produce a double fault.
Game, Smith.
So JP Smith of Australia holds serve here in the opening set. He needed to. Dennis Kudla will come out and serve for the opening
leads
set.
5 games to 2.
He leads by 5 games to 2. Time now to check in with Matt as we get an update from all of the action out on show court number 6.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. Let's have a look at what's happening on court 6. Number 3, Brit Heather Watson, is playing extremely well out on court number 6. She's playing Stephanie Forêt-Garçon from France. This was set point. Garçon with that limp forehand into the net, and it has been extremely comfortable for Heather Watson. In fact, it doesn't get any easier than that. 6-love after 21 minutes. So Heather Watson is all over them on court number 6. And her first serve percentage could improve, but to look at that unforced error count, it always tells the tale, doesn't it? Forêt-Garçon with 6 more than Watson. And look at the total points won. It's been quite dominant for Heather Watson from Great Britain. We're also keeping an eye on a couple of other matches on outer courts. Court 14, Axel Michon, who lowered the colours of Alex Bolt, the Australian, is playing the 20th seed Alex Kuznetsov from America. That'll be a really good match, the first match up on court 14. That has just got underway. But here's Dennis Kudla serving, 21-year-old from America, against John Patrick Smith.
Lost 15.
Back to Brett Phillips and Dan Ryan.
Thank you, Matt. Plenty happening. 10 courts in operation. Tennis everywhere here at Melbourne Park as we build up to Monday's start of the first major.
Oh,
Love
good luck.
30.
He overcooked that one. No need to really either. Wow.
He gave it a hefty swat.
Didn't he just? So love 30 here.
15-30. $15-14.
Yeah, it's good deep hitting from JP.
Some live pictures there, BP. Victoria Azarenka, Novak Djokovic arriving by tram.
The defending champs.
That's right. Looking for their 4th and 3rd consecutive titles respectively. Very Melbourne of them to jump on the tram. Well placed.
30-14.
So still a breakpoint opportunity here for JP Smith.
Yes.
Too much on that one, so back to Juice. Some opportunities gone there.
Yeah, it's that consistent hitting, but how to keep it in play. Make your opponent have to play another ball.
Well, from break points down,
Kudla.
set point has arrived for Denis Kudla.
Okay, and first set.
That will do
Kudla.
it. Denis Kudla takes the
By
opening
6
set.
games to 2.
6 games to 2.
So there they are, Dan. Novak Djokovic. He's had so much success here in Australia, back as the defending champion. Victoria Azarenka likewise. So both claiming their first major victory. So Melbourne has a very special place in the hearts of these two champions. They've just jumped off the tram with the Australian Open trophies. They'll be making their way into the draw, which is just next door to us, underneath Margaret Court Arena. Well, they're going to be tough to beat again. Azarenka certainly plays some of her best tennis in Melbourne. She has got to get past Serena Williams, but did win 2 of the 4 meetings last year. Dan, as we take a look at some highlights of the opening set.
Yeah, very good tussle between these two, but it is definitely Denis Kudla from the United States, the 4th seed, in control. He really did dominate from the back of the court, keeping JP Smith of Australia locked to that baseline, unable to get in often as he wanted. Here he is in on that occasion, but the beautiful passing shots were ticking over nicely from the American. Just a very tidy opening set from Denis Kudla, and he took it 6 games to 2 in 28 minutes.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the stats for the opening set. And serving at a pretty healthy 69%, Denis Kudla, just at 28 minutes. And have a look at that unforced error count. We always get a look at that first. And JP has just sent a number of those forehands just over the baseline, 17-8. Sean Manawira joining us here on AOTV.
Well, what an absolute treat this is. We have Novak Djokovic and Victoria Azarenka making their way to the steps of the main draw of the 2014 Australian Open. Holding with them very close to their hearts are the Daphne Ackross Memorial Cup and the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup. It is an absolutely exciting time here at Garden Square as they make their way through. And don't these fantastic champions always do well at Melbourne Park? Victoria Azarenka, the 2-time defending champion. Novak Djokovic, the 3-time defending champion, but 4 times he has won this coveted Australian Open. The first Grand Slam of the year.
Well, good work there from Sean out in the grounds. Not every day you get to walk side by side with Victoria Azarenka and Novak Djokovic.
Were they on the tram by themselves, or just the rank and file who are making their way to the city on the tram?
Just with all the common folk off to work. Nicely done.
Gee, there's a couple of faces I've seen there before.
Can you take the ball, please? Thank you.
Well, it does add to the excitement around here at Melbourne Park to have two great champions in the precinct.
Love 15.
So JP Smith of Australia opening proceedings here in the second set. Lost the first 6-2. Important game for him to hold early, stay in the contest, make it aware to his opponent that he's not going to die down just yet. Good rally between the two boys. But
Love 30.
Just toying with his opponent slightly. Have to love 30 now.
Yeah, he's got good touch at the net, JP Smith, playing a lot of doubles. There's Novak and Victoria edging a little bit closer to the draw ceremony going on. Just underneath Margaret Court Arena in the shade. We'll bring you that as it unfolds. Of course, you can view it live here on Australian Open TV. Just open up a new tab if you're just tuning into qualifying. Just posing for all the photographers.
It's even more reason to get down to Melbourne Park. You never know who you might just bump into here at the qualifiers.
And Djokovic did have a hit out at Kooyong last night against Juan Monaco of Argentina. Won that in straight sets.
30-all.
Leighton Hewitt is going to take on Andy Murray out at Kooyong tonight. Which will be a good hit out for Leighton. He'll be hoping the draw is favourable as he heads into his 18th Australian Open.
$30-14.
So the draw coming up in just a few moments. A few more photographs to be taken. Will that be the same smile they'll be having on their face in about 2 and a bit weeks?
Yes.
The great part for Djokovic is that Rafael Nadal is back after missing the Oz Open last year, and he's only won once here, Rafa, back in 2009. Won multiple times, or dominated the French, and won multiple times at Wimbledon in the US, so he'll be very keen to win another trophy here at Melbourne Park, and gee, the quality on the men's side is going to be sensational. Murray back, what will he produce? Roger Federer now trying to chase the younger guns.
Yeah, advantage Smith.
Game point here for JP Smith. To get on the board first.
Yes.
Just that forehand error. Sees that opportunity slip by. Yep. So back to Juice. Juice number 2.
Advantage Smith.
So 4 big matches will
Take
be
any seat for now,
bringing you
please.
today.
Thank you.
Andrew Harris, the Victorian, taking on Zhongzi of China. That'll be next up. Kristina Pliskova of the Czech Republic, the 9th seed, taking on Victoria Duval of the United States. It's another unforced error from JP Smith. They are racking up. And the final match will feature Anastasia Rodionova of Australia taking on Karina Witterhoft of Germany.
Those errors from JP Smith just coming at times where he really needs to capitalise on the work that he's done to put himself in those positions. Great exchange, wasn't it?
Yep. That last shot much better, just really flattening the ball out. That shot right there. Really coming on to Kudla much quicker.
Deuce.
Back to deuce we go. For the 4th time in this game. So JP Smith just struggling to hold serve here in the opening game of the 2nd set. Kudla doing well to hang in there, but it is the errors. So a breakpoint opportunity now for Kudla.
Biggest serve for JP.
Deuce.
208. Does he need a few of those right now?
Back to back would be nice.
Yeah, advantage Kudla.
That forehand just plummeting into the bottom of the net. Brings up breakpoint number 3 for the American. 4th seed here in qualifying.
Yeah, former world number 3 junior Denis Kudla, so he's certainly come through the junior ranks impressively.
Deuce.
That one quicker. 208 followed by 212 in this game.
It's a heavy backhand there from Kudla.
Kudla.
Fourth opportunity here to break. And he gets it.
Kudla.
So a strong start from Denis Kudla into the 2nd set. He leads by 1 game to love. He's got the first 6 games to 2.
So here's the draw taking place as we speak. You can watch the full draw, of course, on Australian Open TV. If you're just watching qualifying and tuning in, you can just open up a new tab and watch the draw, look at the qualies. We'll have it all covered here from Melbourne Park, and there are the defending champions having a word with one of these sports doyens, Bruce McAvaney.
To have that connection, and I'm really happy with the team, and we had a lot of fun in the off season, and hopefully we'll continue to have fun during the season.
Ladies and gentlemen, media, so much history awaits our two champions. I mean, they can rewrite a little more Australian Open history over the next 2.5 weeks. You're always gracious with your time. We love having you here. Congratulations to both of you and good luck. All the best. Now we need one shot, guys, because the AO Blitz. I'm not sure.
So there you go. Victoria and Novak looking pretty relaxed 3 days out for the first Grand Slam.
Novak looking for his 4th title here. Victoria going for her 3rd consecutive.
30 love.
Looking to join some pretty prestigious company if they can both do so. So lots at stake for our two defending champions. 30 love here on serve for Denis Kudla.
Thank you. Quiet, please. $30, 15.
Right there, Kudla was dipping on
30
him.
on.
Looked like a regulation volley, but have a look at this return from JP Smith. Yeah, should have been just really a regulation volley.
Well, a nice forehand. Good way to respond.
40, 50.
Really stepping into the court, Kudla keen to get forward as much as he can. Take any half-court returns.
Just starting to draw JP Smith wide too, so...
Yes.
Some good deep ground strokes there from the Aussie.
Net. First service. Advantage Kudla.
So Kudla looking to really put his stamp on this match. If he can go 2 love up after taking the first, then he is certainly in the box seat here in these warm conditions on day 3 of qualifying.
Deuce. Advantage Kudla.
So a point to consolidate the break here for Denis Kudla. Again, he can't. Both players struggling to string 2 points together at the moment. Back and forward it goes.
Seen a few games like this, both the men's and the women's side in qualies.
That's a better volley from the American.
Advantage Kudla.
Now just having a chat about the line call, well, that shot that went very deep was hard to tell. We're sitting right over the top of that line. Kudla thought it was certainly out. There's the closing volley. He kept playing, which you need to do.
Deus. Advantage, Kudla.
So now JP unhappy with the call. Tough work on the chair umpire here in qualifying. A lot at stake in the qualies. See plenty of passion from the players.
Second service.
Yeah, good quality point. Good fight there from JP Smith, really working the angles nicely, really flattening the ball out.
You mentioned a lot at stake for these players, Brett, a $33,000 paycheck for the players, the 16 men that will qualify for the opening round. They can get into the main draw, players fighting for their careers, players trying to start their careers.
Advantage Smith.
Yeah, it can be the making of players, it can be the resurrecting of players.
Deus.
Good save.
It was Anastasia Rodionova's match, wasn't it, yesterday? In her marathon battle where we had the juice
Sit down,
advantage
please, man. Thank you.
game, which went for an eternity.
On and on. That's a good shot from the young Aussie. Right down the line.
Advantage Smith.
Good way to bring up break point.
Yeah, once again, really getting over the top of the ball. Kudla return, just sitting up there. And JP doing the right thing.
Deus.
Clean winner, and Kudla comes back with a good serve. So we go back to Juice.
Juice number 7.
Trying to do it again on that backhand side, JP. Double-hander, which
Advantage, good.
generates plenty of pace, really able to flatten out that shot. It's a real strength of the JP Smith game.
Kudla.
So after a long battle in that game, Kudla finally holds to lead
Kudla leads
2 games to
Kudla.
love. So he consolidates the break. 22 minutes we've been going for in this second set alone. Only 28 minutes in the first. So some lengthy games to
Take your
kick
seats
off
quickly,
this second
please.
set.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Advantage.
There's a very familiar face, Dan.
Boom Boom Becker.
Like a bit of royalty at the Australian Open for
Take any seat for now,
2014.
please. Thank
of course, now coaching Novak Djokovic. Not sure the last time Boris was here in Australia. It would be quite a number of years. Pete Sampras we're going to see, of course, at the Australian Open as well. For the first time since he won his last title here back a number of years ago. He's going to present the men's champion like Andre Agassi did last year. So, gee, have we got the big guns of tennis here for 2 weeks of the Open on and off the court.
Great to see former champions and legends of the sport back involved.
30 left.
Looking forward to seeing what Boris Becker does to the game of Novak Djokovic. You wouldn't want to change too much, would you?
.30-15.
Well, certainly Boris's role, I think he's going to be travelling for around about 20 odd weeks and really geared around sort of the build up to the majors and making sure that Novak is in the right space and can execute when it counts most. He lives just a stone's throw from Wimbledon. They bought a house there at the Wimbledon Village going back 3 or 4 years ago, and there's a lot of commentary over there, and has always sort of had a mentoring role with even a number of the German players over the years. This is his first foray into coaching.
.30-14.
So break point here for Denis Kudla to really take a stranglehold on the scoreboard, at least in this second set. JP needs a big serve here. That'll do it. Another juice game.
Deuce.
Bring you some news of the women's draw in just a moment. Stay tuned for that. It's all unfolding.
Advantage Kudla. Yes.
He breaks again. Denis Kudla leads by 3 games to love in the second set.
I think we're actually still on juice, so we'll come back.
Went too soon, didn't I?
JP Smith saying, "Damn, wait, not done yet."
Sorry, boys.
Advantage Smith.
How about that serve down the tee? I think all the times I've seen JP Smith play, I don't think I've ever seen him not play in anything but white.
Keeping it simple.
Always wears the white clothing, JP Smith.
Deuce. Advantage Kudla.
So here's another breakpoint chance for Denis Kudla. 3rd in this game.
Yeah, lost first round of the qualies last year, Kudla, so looking to get through to the final round of qualifying here.
Yes.
As I mentioned, made the second round of Wimbledon, the man on your screen there last year, and actually won his first Grand Slam match. It was against the Aussie, James Duckworth. In 5 sets. Bit of Aussie support for JP Smith, trying to get him into this match. Trying to hang on here to stay in it. Doesn't want to go 3-love down.
Beautiful backhand passing shot. Another juice game, number 5.
Yes.
JP looking to come in. Kudla.
Just needed more on that volley, didn't he? Just went straight back to him, and what an easy pass in the end.
Yeah, advantage Smith.
So the ace out wide gives him the game. So he holds serve, but it's Kudla leading by 2-1.
Well, let's head out to Sean Manawera. Sean, you've been keeping an eye on the women's draw, which has been unfolding over the last few moments, and some news on who the Aussies might be playing.
Well, thanks very much, guys. We have the youngster Ash Barty taking on world number 1 Serena Williams. We have Yamila Gajdazova drawing Angelique Kerber, the number 9 seed from Germany, with Casey Delacroix as well, Vera Zvonareva, and finally number 17 seed Samantha Stosur with Klara Zakopalova. The women's draw has just been finished, and we have the men's draw coming up soon, but we'll have all the highlights from the women's draw very soon.
Thank you, Sean. Now, I think Stosur plays Zakopalova today, I think, in the semi-finals down in Hobart. I'm pretty sure. I'll just double check that. It's coming up a little bit later on today. I'm pretty sure that's the matchup. So if that's the case, they would play each other first round of the Australian Open. Gee, tough one for the Aussie girls there. Gajdazova with Angelique Kerber, who's in the final in Sydney tonight against Svetlana Peronkova of Bulgaria.
Time.
Gee, Ash Barty, well, that's going to be on Rod Laver.
That's certainly probably a feature night match.
You would think. Serena's not the defending champion, so you would think she'd be on Rod Laver, though they possibly might put that out on Hisense. And Casey Delacroix to take on Vera Zvonareva, who had her protected ranking, being injured for a lot of 2013. The 15, former world number 2, so tough matchups.
How do you think Ash Barty will be feeling right about now?
She'd love to win a round of the Australian Open and at least get through to the second. That is a tough assignment.
What a moment for her, though, regardless. Great opportunity to play against one of the greatest.
$15.
Of course, you can watch the full draw on Australian Open TV. If you're just tuning into our qualies, just open up a new tab. You can watch the draw as it's taking place. The men being drawn out at the moment. Keep an eye on the qualifying here as well. We'll bring you news as it comes to hand.
30-15.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's correct. Stozer does play Zakopalova. Semi-final in Hobart today. So she'll certainly know plenty about her first round opponent.
Yeah, watch with interest to see how she goes in that one. Oh, great passing shot again from Kudla. Game clock just over an hour here between these two boys. Beautiful passing shot.
Forty 30.
So just repeating that news from an Australian perspective, Ash Barty to play Serena Williams. First round Australian Open. Angelique Kerber of Germany to take on Jarmila Gajdosova, given a wild card. Casey Dellacqua to take on Vera Zvonareva. As that one sails over the baseline from JP.
Yeah, Kudla.
Sam Stozer to take on Clara
Kudla leads by
Zakopalova
3
of the Czech
games to 1.
Republic. Right here, it's a real battle for JP Smith to stay in qualifying contention.
33 minutes this second set has been going. We're only into the fifth game now. So 3-1, the fourth-seeded American leads.
$15 left. $30 left. $40 left.
Well, it just needs some good quick service games here, JP. Try and conserve a little bit of energy and somehow try and break the Kudla serve.
Let first service. Game Smith.
That's a nice serve there from the Australian. So JP Smith of Australia holds serve. He trails
Kudla leads
3 games to 2 in the second set.
Let's get back out to Sean Manawira. Sean, you've got some news on the Aussie men with the men's draw unfolding as we speak.
Yeah, thanks guys. We're talking about a tough day for the Aussies, and it's just got tougher with Bernard Tomic taking on world number 1 Rafael Nadal. Rafael Nadal having an absolutely stellar 2013, and he's looking to start 2014 in the same way. Although we have Bernard Tomic as well in some great form at Sydney, it's going to be interesting to see how the Aussie goes against the giant-killing Spaniard.
Gee, Sean, you could have delivered me some better news. Bernard Tomic, Rafael Nadal, I mean, that's quality.
That is unlucky for a round 1 game, isn't it?
We save it for round 3.
That would be nice.
Gee, I hope no one's told Bernie. Maybe no one needs to tell him just yet. He's got a big semi-final to play up in Sydney today as he looks to defend his title at the APIA International.
That's a tough break. Tough 2 for Nadal in an opening round clash. Tomic too.
We'll give you some news on Leighton Hewitt shortly as he approaches his 18th Australian Open. Of course, Marinko Matosevic, Matthew Ebden, Sam Groth's into the main draw, Nick Kyrgios, James Duckworth with the wild cards.
So Denis Kudla serving here. He's 3 games to 2 up in the second set. He won the first 6 games to 2. So a break in hand.
$30 left.
2 quick, easy points for the American. shot. Left-handed forehand into the open court.
30-15.
Well put away. Set up here by drawing Kudla well wide.
all.
So from 30 love to 30 all.
Oh. 40-30.
Good serve there, giving Kudla a game point. Looking to extend that lead here in the second set.
Yeah, huge game. This doesn't want to get JP back to 3 apiece.
Kudla holds. It's 4-2 in the second.
Yeah,
Kudla leads 4-2.
Tough for JP to get back from here. As Denis Kudla looks to march on to the final round of qualifying. Bernard Tomic, Rafael Nadal, if you're just joining us, that is going to be a first round matchup at the 2014 Australian Open.
Love 15. $15.
Oh, it's a good shot from Denis Kudla.
15-30.
He's been pretty good on the passing shots all day today.
Did a lot right here, JP, but just probably not enough on that volley. His approach shots were quite good. He worked the angles nicely, but set up and the good players will put that away.
$15-40.
So 2 break point chances here now for the American. He's of course the number 4 seed here in qualifying, looking to make it through to the 3rd round tomorrow. Lots of pressure on JP Smith right here. Well, Smith breaks, sorry, should I say Kudla breaks, and he's in a commanding position here in this second set. He leads by 5-2. Let's check in once again with Sean Manawera. Sean, deliver some good news for us this time, please, with our Australian men.
Well, guys, it's going to be great to see Bernard Tomic go up against Rafael Nadal, but we now have Roger Federer, the great Roger Federer, taking up wild card James Duckworth. We all remember Duckworth last year playing Ben Mitchell in the first round and then leaving Blazkowicz on an IV drip in the men's locker room. It's going to be great, though, to see how Duckworth goes against the Swiss maestro, and I'd like to get your thoughts about how Duckworth will go against Roger Federer.
Well, it's a big ask, isn't it? Gee, it hasn't been kind to the Australians. Although, look, it's a great opportunity to be on the big stage of a Grand Slam, and who knows, anything can happen. I mean, I always hate to have any criticism levelled at Roger Federer. It's not the same Roger in the last few years. I mean, he's approaching 33, and he's more beatable now than what he was through the period where he dominated men's tennis. Look, Duckworth's got some great memories. Played 2 5-setters here at the Australian Open last year. As Sean said, lost to Kavcic. It might have been on this court, I think it was, show court number 3. Beat his good mate Ben Mitchell. He's a good player, Duckworth. I mean, he's 130 in the world. He should be top 100 by the end of 2014. He's certainly built his game around playing a lot on clay and really fit.
Jump onto the social media channels. Tweet us at Australian Open. Hashtag AusOpen, AUS Open. Give us your thoughts on the draw of our Australian players so far. Just recapping too, Bernard Tomic up against Rafa Nadal in the opening round. Ash Barty, the young Australian, up against Serena Williams. So some big challenges for some of our young players here.
Out.
15 all. Yeah, the lines person had hands down, and the chair umpire is overruled here. See if we can bring you a replay. Here we go. Oh, that's taken a bit of the line.
Got the line, absolutely.
Well, the lines person with the bird's eye view sitting over the top of that line.
Well, it's an unlucky break for JP Smith. 30-15 down now. As Kudla looks to serve out this match.
Forty, 15.
So 2 match points in hand now for Denis Kudla, the 21-year-old. Point away from the 3rd round here at qualifying.
Game, set, a match, Kudla.
And he's through. Denis Kudla marches on to round number 3 here of qualifying. A convincing win in the end against JP Smith of Australia. He takes it in straight sets, 6-2, 6-2. 46 minutes to second set, but Kudla through to the 3rd round. Pretty tidy game across the board from Denis Kudla. BP, JP Smith had chances throughout that match, just couldn't string consecutive points together again.
Let's take you through the match highlights. And Kudla, of course, ranked 113 in the world. JP at 223. And I think we've seen the difference here today. Just the consistency, the unforced error count going against the Aussie. Kudla certainly trying to get in as much as he could to really put JP Smith, who loves to come in and volley on the back foot. So Kudla was very assertive right throughout the match. He had JP on the run for quite a bit. JP was able to get up the line a couple of times with a couple of really backhand passes. And wanted to get into the net, but just not enough on the volleys generally, and Kudla was able to pass a number of times. The American, formerly ranked as world number 3 junior. There's another example of just maybe not enough on the volley from JP Smith, and finished it off in fine style with a big serve, and he wins his way through to the final round, 6-2, 6-2 over the Australian, JP JP Smith as we take you through the match stats. 1 hour and 14 minutes, and that unforced error count double, 41-20. So JP just not able to keep enough balls in play. Kudla serving at a very healthy 68%. Not much differential there in the winners' camp, but the unforced error is certainly the telling factor. So Dennis Kudla through to the third round of qualies, 6-2, 6-2.
Sean Manawera has been keeping us up to date with all of the action happening from the draw that's just taking place at the moment. Sean, fill us in, mate.
Thanks, guys. Well, we have the men's and women's draw for the 2014 Australian Open just concluding behind me. And now we have another intriguing match with Andrea Seppi from Italy taking on Leighton Hewitt. We all saw Leighton Hewitt at the Brisbane International take down Roger Federer. Can he go one better and go into the second round of the Australian Open by taking down the Italian in Andrea Seppi? Just have Rafael Nadal against Bernard Tomic and Roger Federer also against James Duckworth. It is absolutely intriguing. Make sure you get down here to Rod Laver Arena and to all the matches on the outdoor courts as well. Go to ticketek.com.au and also catch up with the draw later on in today's broadcast. It's back to you guys.
Thank you, Sean. So Hewitt to play Andrea Seppi. Very good player, 25 in the world. We've seen him at the Hopman Cup. We've seen him in Sydney. Bernard Tomic scoring a win over Andrea Seppi this week. So we'll wait to bring you the news on Sam Groth and Marinko Matosevic and also Nick Kyrgios to see who they are playing. But geez, tough ones for the Aussies heading into Monday. So the first match done. The next match coming up is going to feature the very impressive Australian who's going to play in the very warm part of the day as we head towards 11:30 in the morning. Already the mercury up around 30 degrees. Andrew Harris, the 19-year-old from Victoria, taking on Zhongzi of China, who's seen quite a bit in our Davis Cup battles, with Australia trying to get back into the world group over the last couple of years. Well, let's head back up to Matt Hill, who's going to bring us up to date, Matt, with some of the action out on court number 7.
Thank you very much, Brett. Well, we like to keep tabs on what the Americans are doing, and we have two players out on court number 7 really battling it out. Ryan Williams and Austin Krajicek. Williams is seeded 13, and it was a battle royale in the first set as we have a look at live pictures now from court 7. Williams taking the first set in a tie-break, 7-6, and things on serve in the second set. Krajicek at this stage, 15 love. I believe that's now 15 all. Krajicek leading 3-2 in the second. So things on serve there in the first match on court 7 this morning. But it's Williams taking the first set, 7-6 against Austin Krajicek. Whilst we're watching this point on court 7, out on court 14, the man who defeated Australian Alex Bolt, Axel Michon, is fighting back in the second set. Alex Kuznetsov taking the first set there, 6-3, but it's 5 all in the second set. So just like the first day of qualifying where Michon really fought back against Bolt, he is doing the same thing against Kuznetsov from the USA. So we're keeping our American friends well and truly up to date as well. Well, moments ago we saw that wonderful moment with Novak Djokovic and also Victoria Azarenka catching the tram to Melbourne Park and bringing in those magnificent trophies. She's going to be a mighty chance again this year.
Rogers looking for signs of fatigue from Rafa. He's not getting any.
The momentum is definitely his.
This man just doesn't know when he's left.
No, Nadal's not going to go away. He's in here for the long
You
haul.
haven't seen any sign of fingernail chewing yet from Uncle Tony, and that's normally the giveaway sign.
Nadal collapses to his knees and then bounces straight back up because he knows the job is still there to be done.
Yes, Rafael Nadal is going to be back, of course, for the 2014 Australian Open as we tune to the coin toss here of our next match.
For the ATP last year. Do you have any questions? No? Your choice. Heads? It is heads. Receive. Good luck.
So there he is, young Andrew Harris from Australia. What a big moment it is for him today, taking on Zhongzi of China. 4-year gap. Of course, Zhongzi, 23 years of age from Nanjing. Harris, 19 years of age here from Melbourne, Victoria. 597 in the world. 587 has been his highest ranking, Andrew. In fact, started the year ranked around 811 in the world. So he's taken a mighty leap. Of course, won a futures event in Texas. He's made a couple of quarterfinals. Also a semi in Thailand, another final in Thailand in 2013, a year that he spent a lot on the road. A real breakthrough year to get down to 587. And Dan, he was really impressive in his first round match.
He certainly was. He come up against Simone Vignosi and he won 7-1, 6-1, should I say, 7-5. But he just had some great energy about him on court, didn't he? He was confident, he was really engaged, and as a result, made himself through to the second round. So we look forward to see how he can reproduce that kind of form in this second round match here.
Yeah, interesting comparison in rankings. 597 for Harris, 255 for Zhongzi. Now, we know you can make a leap pretty quickly from the 800s to the 500s to the 200s on the back of, you know, some consistent futures results. You know, we've seen it with Nick Kyrgios in 2013 from an Australian perspective, go from 800 in the world down to inside the top 200. And the graph going quite nicely for Andrew Harris. It'll be a big achievement if he could win through to the final round of qualifying. Of course, Zhongzi defeating Diego Sebastian Schwartzman in the first round in 3 sets. And as Dan said, Andrew getting past the Italian Simone Vignosi 6-1, 7-5. In fact, just on Harris's ranking quickly, he actually started the year at 1,598. It was that win in Texas that got him right down on the back of those couple of semi-finals in Thailand as well, which got him down to about 811. Then he's come down to 597. So he's taken a massive jump in 2014. We'll be back with plenty of tennis action here from Melbourne Park as we build up to our second match. A nice warm day. Get down here. It is a free entry. We'll continue to bring you news on the draw as well when we come back on Australian Open TV.
Gary!
Yeah, boss, what's up?
You were in charge of the assembly line yesterday, weren't you, Gary?
Yeah, I was around.
Good. Mind explaining these then, Gary?
I got caught up.
Get caught up in the Australian Open this summer. Tickets are on sale. Book now.
Well, welcome back here to day 3 of Australian Open qualifying. It is second round men's singles action here on show court number 3. Zhongzi of China up against an exciting young Australian, Andrew Harris. Both men looking to get into the third and final round of qualifying tomorrow and then hopefully book a place into the main draw. BP, the draw has just been announced. There's some big matches we're looking forward to. Come down here to Melbourne Park over the next couple of days of qualifying. Get your tickets for the main draw, tickettech.com. It is the place to be over January, and we are looking forward to seeing how our Australian players go on Monday. Some big matches. Bernard Tomic, he's been drawn up against, who was it again? Remind me.
Oh, some bloke. What's his name again? Is he back?
Oh, he could be back.
I thought he was going to sit out the Australian Open, Rafael Nadal.
Just Rafa Nadal. So
what a matchup.
Absolute blockbuster for a round one Grand Slam match, particularly for our Australian viewers. Some other ones, Duckworth will be against Roger Federer. Andrea Seppi will take on Leighton Hewitt, so a big game there for Hewitt. And I suppose on the women's side, Ash Barty, a huge moment for her in her young career to go head-to-head against the great Serena Williams.
Yeah, that is a huge moment for Ash. Just getting, of course, a little injury in Brisbane. Had to pull out of Hobart, the left adductor, but she looks to be okay. And, of course, was going to play Maria Sharapova in Brisbane. Had to pull out the night before, so that would have been a really good test against, obviously, a top four player, which might have given us a little indication.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second round
fare
qualifying
against
match
Serena Williams, but
sets,
yeah, it's a big step up.
final set advantage.
Speaking of Bernard Tomic, we alluded to in the previous game, perhaps that him finding out that he was playing Nadal might not be the best of things. Do you think it would be something that he would be consciously not concentrating on at the moment? Would he try and block that out so he can concentrate on his semi up there in Sydney?
Do you know what? Watching Bernard last night,
and elected to receive.
I noticed some big differences. Clearly, he's new coach and the team have been working really hard through November, December. And the thing you look for with Bernard, not his natural talent, he's got that, but just his court movement. And last night, I thought his agility side to side, he was getting into, the balls that were dropping short, drop shots from his opponent. And Alexander Dolgopolov is a bit of an unorthodox type of player, and Bernard covered the ground. He was always on the tip of his toes the whole time as we get underway here. But I'll give Bernie a chance against Rafa.
15 left.
So Zheng Ji of China serving in this opening game here of the match. There's Andrew Harris, the young Aussie.
Fifteen-all.
Played Nadal, Tomic, was it 2 years ago? I think here at the Open. The last time Rafa was here, might have been a third round matchup. Quitted himself pretty well.
He ran into Federer last year, didn't he, as well?
I'm going to be optimistic.
Only way to be.
Thirty-all. $30-40.
Well, break point opportunity. That should have been a regulation put away. It was a nice deep shot right here from Zheng Ji, and it just set up beautifully to be put away. It's not quite in the right position.
Yes.
Saves that break point. Zheng with an ace down the tee.
Advantage and
just wide with the backhand. One-handed backhand for Harris.
Yep, he let it rip the other day a few times. He'll certainly go after it if it's there.
Game Zheng.
So Zheng from China holds in the opening game. He leads by 1 game to love.
From the grass of Kooyong to the green courts of Melbourne Park to the blue. Some terrific games over the years. The AO TV Vault. You can certainly view all the great classic matches over the years.
15 love.
Some rippers on there. Jump onto YouTube to check it out. YouTube/Australian Open TV. All the classic games here from the Australian Open over many decades.
15 all.
Yeah, just watching Andrew up close a couple of days ago against Vagnozzi, the Italian. His serve was certainly a big factor in his game. Really able to generate that sort of power.
189 Ks for that one. So a chance to get on the board here relatively quickly in his first service game. 19-year-old.
$40-30. Yes.
Just a costly double fault there from Harris. Back to juice this game. Comes from good sporting genes, Andrew Harris, his mother, of course, and Minter, former top 25 female player. She reached the quarterfinals of the Australian Open back in 1988. Some good hitting from the Aussie. Happy to slug it out from the back of the court.
Advantage, Harris.
Well played.
He does love the off forehand. Another one of his weapons a couple of days ago in moving through to this second round of qualifying.
Game, Harris.
So Harris able to hold. Game apiece here in the opening set for a spot in the final round of qualifying at Melbourne Park. So Dennis Kudler through the first match that we've shown you today, 6-2, 6-2 over JP Smith. And the girls will follow here on Australian Open TV. Kristina Pliskova of the Czech Republic and Victoria Duval, Anastasia Rodionova will take on Karina Wiederhoft of Germany.
Love 15. 15 all.
Jung just able to produce some good depth on his ground strokes.
Fifteen 30.
Jung actually chose tennis over dancing at the age of 16. Sure we'll see a couple of moves out there from
fancy footwork.
Jung. Good serve.
30 all.
Up.
40 30.
Actually, John Newcombe had plenty of things to say in the last couple of days about China maybe being given a 5th Grand Slam, which should be interesting.
Game. Zheng.
So Zheng holds, and it is
Zheng
now
leads
2 games to 1 in the opening set. Let's check in with Matt for an update from show court number 8.
Well, Dan, earlier on you mentioned Lucy Hradecka from the Czech Republic. She has been around for a while. 2004 she turned pro and has a great experience at Grand Slam level in doubles. She's made the second round here a couple of times in singles. And what a way to bring up a victory with a fantastic swinging, curling serve there. She defeats Magna Linette from Poland, 6-4, 6-4. So pretty comfortable there for Lucy Hradecka, who heads into the third and final round of qualifying. First serve percentage was pretty ordinary for Hradecka, so that's something to work on. Pretty even in most areas, but she was just able to grind over her Polish opponent there, Lucy Hradecka, winning on court number 8. So good news for the Czechs there as we head back to court 3. Dan Ryan and Brett Phillips.
Good on you, Matt. So Hradecka through to the final round of qualifying. Looking forward to seeing all these results tick through.
You were saying, Mick?
15
into
left.
this set, you were saying? Or you were thinking out loud?
So Andrew Harris here of Australia serving, 19-year-old, 1-2 down on serve.
Jung, of course, one of many Chinese players now on the tour. We're seeing tournaments added to China all the time. At the back end of 2013, there were a couple of WTA $125,000 events added to the calendar. Of course, Shenzhen now at the start of the year, which Li Na won last week. It's a good jamming serve into the body.
40-11.
A lot of those extra tournaments in China too pretty much is down to the brilliance, or the success, should we say, of Li Na, really putting tennis on the map in that country, and she's an absolute superstar over there, one of the biggest names you could imagine.
Game, Harris.
So a good easy service game there from Harris. He holds to love, and we're at 2 games all in the second set, in the first set.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting moving forward how the tennis calendar will look. It's always a topic of discussion on the ATP and the WTA tour because no one wants to lose their tournaments. There's lots of cities around the world that would love to have a tournament, and the players certainly want their fair share of time off as well towards the back end of the year.
15 left.
191 clicks for that serve from Jung. What a shot. What a shot from Zhang.
30 love.
Just some powerful hitting in this exchange. Really working each other over. It's a pretty good shot from Andrew Harris. Right into the corner, but Zhang hit that beautifully cross court.
Love.
So a pretty straightforward service game here for Zhang. It's looking that way. 40 love on his racket.
Game Zhang.
So straightforward as it comes. Zhang holds and he leads by 3 games to 2. In the opening set. They've been going for 14 minutes.
So games on serve at the moment. Dennis Kudla already through, 6-2, 6-2. Alessi Radecka through to the final round of women's qualifying, 6-4, 6-4. And Heather Watson, the commanding win as well out on court number 6. So plenty of early results coming through. OzOpen.com. Keep an eye on the quality scoreboard. All the results of completed matches, the live scores ticking over right throughout the day. And the draw, of course, which will bring you in full soon. We'll pick that apart, give you more of the matchups for round 1 of the Australian Open.
And now that we know the draw, it's obviously time to start purchasing those tickets to come down to Melbourne Park during the Open. Of course, kicking off on Monday, 2 weeks of the world's best tennis players right here in Melbourne. So grab your tickets, ticketek.com. Place to be over the Melbourne summer. So Andrew Harris here coming up to serve. 2-3 in the opening set.
Love 15. Fifteen.
Well, that is just some top quality hitting from both players, and it's Harris
30-15
that comes out trumps on that occasion. Great winner. Just both boys happy to go toe-to-toe from the back of the court. The forehand winner wrapping it up for Andrew Harris.
So Harris doing a good job here on serve. Shank off the Harris racket, so that brings it back to Juice. Some more news on the men's draw unfolding, which will bring you in just a tick, certainly from an Australian perspective for those tuning in around the country. We'll certainly unveil as the day goes on all the other big key matchups.
Oh, good shot from Jung. Down the line to set up break point. Pretty big point in the context of this opening set. Jung plenty of time to see that and deliver the final blow. So a break point here. Jung gets the break off that error at the net from Harris.
Zhang leads 4 games to 2.
So 4 games to 2 here in the opening set.
So just some more news here from the Australian Open draw. Obviously from an Australian perspective, we told you Bernard Tomic taking on Rafael Nadal in quite an amazing first round matchup. Thanasi Kokkinakis, the wild card, he's been over in Adelaide at the World Tennis Challenge during the week. He's going to take on Igor Shisling of the Netherlands. Australia's Mariko Matosevic, who bowed out in the quarterfinals in Sydney last night, is going to take on Kei Nishikori, the 16th seed from Japan. So that is a tough one for Mariko first up. Of course, Roger Federer to play the Aussie wildcard James Duckworth.
Third tee love.
Jung with the break here and looking to power away to a 5-2 lead. Jordan Thompson, the Aussie wildcard, he's had a Kooyong this week, won the playoff back in December. He's going to take on Jerzy Janowicz of Poland, who's a top 20 player. Did pull out recently of the Hopman Cup. And,
third tee 15.
Bit of a dummy spit. Jerzy had one of the outside courts last year. If you go onto YouTube, I think it's had about 1 million views. Pretty passionate Polish player, got a big game. So Jung just a point away from taking a 5-2 lead here. Matthew Ebden to take on Nicolas Mahut, the Frenchman. And Big Sam Groth to take on Vasek Pospisil. So here, Sam Groth to take on Vasek Pospisil of Canada. He's had a big rise in the rankings to be a seeded player. And Jung in control here, Dan. 5-2 opening set.
He does. He takes it convincingly. So Jung from China has taken the opening set. 5 games to 2, should I say? 23 minutes. Well, the draws come out. We're certainly looking forward to the Australian Open kicking off on Monday, and the way the draw sits, we are in potentially for a big semi-final showdown if they happen to make it that far between the great Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal.
That's enough.
Gary!
Yeah, boss, what's up?
You were in charge of the assembly line yesterday, weren't you, Gary?
Yeah, I was around.
Good. Mind explaining these then, Gary?
I got caught up.
Get caught up in the Australian Open this summer. Tickets are on sale. Book now.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park. As Andrew Harris serving here to stay alive in the opening set, this second round men's qualifying match.
Love 30.
Well, 3 set points here for Zhong
Love 40.
of China. Really starting to take ownership.
Game in the first
And a
session.
double fault from young Andrew Harris of Australia.
6
Gives
games
that
to
first set to Zhong Ji of China. He takes it in 26 minutes, 6 games to 2.
And here are some of the first set highlights. Andrew Harris certainly holding his own on serve, but once he got broken, Zhong was able to really power away and win the opening set. Of course, Harris has got a decent serve, loves to play that off forehand, but there is about 300 points separating these two in the rankings. And Zhong, of course, who's been around for a little while now, 23 years of age, played a lot of Davis Cup for China. Certainly the more experienced and playing the bigger points just that little bit better and drawing some unforced errors. But there is a good winners count as well for Andrew Harris. He's a very attacking player, so equal in terms of the winners, but double the amount of unforced errors for Andrew Harris. Just trying to keep the balls in play, and certainly when that first serve is on, it's good, but at the moment only at 50%, so needs to get a few more first serves in, and Zhong at the moment a very healthy 83%. One-way traffic, opening set. So just a couple of the other matchups before I jump out of here, and Kate Kearns is going to jump in and do some commentary. Nick Kyrgios, the Aussie wildcard, to take on B. Becker. But Darren Boris is not coming back. He's just here. He's looking good, wasn't he, at the draw today?
He certainly was.
Immaculately dressed. Benjamin Becker. Always famous Benjamin because he played Andre Agassi. His final ever match, Andre, at the US Open.
Love.
So Zhong takes the opening point here of the second set. He's got the first under his belt, 6 games to 2.
Out. 15 off.
Lots of good energy from Zhong early in this second set. Up and about. Serving well. Oh, great shot from Andrew Harris. Great return down the line. As I welcome into commentary Kate Kearns. Kate, what have you made of this opening set? Harris certainly showing plenty of signs of being competitive with Zhang, but Zhang perhaps just a little bit too experienced at this stage.
Yeah, too consistent on the big points. And Harris started off really well. He's got a big game. He's a big boy too. A little bit more growth, I imagine. He's only 19 years of age. A bit more development.
Well, he's backed that winner up from the previous point and produced another ripper.
30-40.
Brings up break point.
That's a beautiful backhand. Don't see too many single backhands these days. And that ball set up beautifully. Harris putting it away cross court.
So an important moment right here for the young Aussie. And he takes it on a double fault. So Harris has got the break.
Second set.
And he leads by 1 game to love in the second set.
Oh, that's a perfect start for the second set.
4 minutes, that opening game. That's a really good boost to his confidence. The unforced error count here, a little high at the moment for Harris, 13-8. Zhang with 8, of course.
Yes, I noticed the first set, the service was at 50% too, so he'll need to improve on that in this second set. Put some pressure on Zhang straight away. Just wondering how difficult it is to be serving out there at the moment. The sun's right above the players' heads. And a little bit of a northerly wind, which in Australia is not a good thing here in Melbourne. It's hot.
It's very hot.
Love 15.
Even hotter underfoot for the players out there on show court number 3. So let's see if Andrew Harris can consolidate the break here. Well, he can hit the ball, the young Aussie.
Certainly can, but he also changed it up midway through that point, Dan. And I think that's a good play. Don't give Zhang too much of a consistent ball to hit. I mean, he enjoys that from the baseline.
$15-30.
Need to check. I didn't see with the unforced errors. Are they coming off the forehand side?
Yeah, a bit of both at this stage, but more so on that forehand wing.
He catches it. Misreads the ball sometimes, I think, Harris. But as I said, it's tough conditions out there today. It's very warm. Ball's probably got a bit more height when it bounces.
Just a cheap let off there from Harris.
18-40.
And so it's now 2 break points for Zhang Ji. Disappointing time to produce a double. Who sprays that one, and Zhang breaks back. So a bit of frustration creeping into the game here of Andrew Harris.
That was a loose game. I mean, he had the early break in the set, just needed to consolidate with his serve. And just too many unforced errors off the forehand side. I think he's too willing to try to hit winners at this stage. He's got to stay in some of these points a bit longer. Easy to say up here in air-conditioned comfort.
Absolutely. Best seats in the house, best conditions in the house.
Dan, you've probably already spoken about the fact that he's Ann Minter's boy, is that?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So he comes from great bloodlines.
Certainly does.
Looking to follow in the success of his mother, a former top 25 player, of course, quarter finalist here at the Australian Open in 1988. So family knows what it takes.
I wonder his mum out in the sun watching this. Once again, Zheng finding the error on Harris's forehand. He's moving him around a lot at the back of the court.
Backhand error on that occasion, and 40 love now to Zheng.
Errors coming quick and fast.
Well, Harris just had a whip at that almost without any intent, but just to belt the ball. So
He came back quickly, but not that fast, and he wasn't moving his feet well at all. Harris just standing flat-footed at the back of the court.
So a sloppy game there from the Aussie. And Zheng makes the most of it. And he takes the advantage here in the second set.
Let's check in on those two Americans on court 7. It's been a real battle royale, that one. Ryan Williams and also Austin Krajicek. Ryan, the 22-year-old from Knoxville, Tennessee. And as we see live vision from court number 7, the next game warming up. But this is the replay of match point. And a good strong serve, and Krajicek overcooking that one over the baseline. That was in a tie-break, though, a couple of grueling sets. 7-6, 7-6. Williams, a winner of one Challenger tournament and 3 future tournaments, turned pro in 2006, and the 22-year-old heads to the third round of qualifying. And as you can see through the stats, the match went 1 hour 49 minutes, but it was pretty level all the way through. Williams just getting the better of Krajicek. It was 7-4 in that tie-break in the second set. So there wasn't a great deal between those two Americans going toe for toe. Let's head back. Pretty warm conditions now in Melbourne town, hovering over the 30-degree mark. That northerly wind kicking into play. But perfect tennis conditions, really, as we head back to Dan Ryan and Kate Kearns.
Good on you, Matt. Andrew Harris here, set to serve. A very important service game here for the young Aussie. Good coverage at the net there from the man from China. Kate, it's a really important game for Andrew. He's been a little bit loose and sloppy in the previous two. Needs to get it back together, stay in touch, get this game back on track.
Yeah, a few big first serves will help. Zheng just moving to the net on that occasion. We haven't seen that too often in the match so far.
Love 13.
It's a bit long with the forehand.
Zheng has sensed that this is a very important part of this match. He's got his opponent down love 30, looking for the break back.
It's a nice forehand there from Harris.
Well, it's a good serve, got the short return, comes in, keeps the ball nice and deep. You sense there's a big game there, don't you, with
Absolutely.
Harris?
Plenty to come in the years to roll out.
Yeah.
He was really impressive, Kate, in his opening round match. Great energy. Really dominant off both wings too.
Do you sense him to be a bit flat out there today, though?
Yeah, just a little bit flatter than what we experienced with him the other day. Signs here and there, but just unable to regularly, consistently put it together today. So he's done well to get back into this game, has Harris.
Out.
Ooh, an overrule from the chair umpire there.
That was at our end. I thought it may have caught some of the line.
Yes.
No.
Certainly looked very close, but umpire has caught it. Here's the replay. Let's see if we can see it. Ooh.
I think that's hit the line.
Looks right on the line.
Oh, that was game point for Harris. He needs to put that behind him now.
Wanted to smash the racket then, but thought better of it. So Zhang has the advantage here, break point, to really break this match open.
Yep, struggling on that first serve is Harris.
Oh, what a shot. What a point from both players. And it's Harris that comes up trumps.
Well, that was fantastic work from Harris. He really had Zheng on the move at the back of the court, and then his opponent got back into that point midway through, and I thought he would have come up with the passing shot, but it was Harris in the end that prevailed.
That's a real confidence-boosting point.
That's gutsy.
Time to back it up now. Zheng is the one that responds. Attacks that short ball.
Advantage.
Yeah,
break point.
Yeah, it's a lovely forehand from Zheng.
Game, Zheng.
Well, the frustration boils over for Andrew Harris. Slams the racket.
3 games to 1.
He's not happy as he drops that service game. Zheng gets another break. He leads 3 games to 1 here in the second set.
Great work from Zheng that last game, because I thought when Harris won that long point, that may have been a bit of a turning point for the game, but Zheng hung in there and he's got the break, or the break back.
Just overcooking that forehand.
Yeah, it was the right play
Love
too.
15.
Put in the short ball. And Harris caught at the back of the court. He overplayed the forehand. I think he's mixing his game up better, Zhang, than Harris. And that's wasteful. Forehand, the serve set up nicely for Harris.
Another wild return. Harris just a little slow to get in position there to return that serve. Ends up with a wild return. 30-15 here for Zhang.
Oh, Zhang played that point perfectly and opened up the court, went down the backhand, oh sorry, the backhand side, down the line, missed it. Had an open court.
Just a miss hit on the backhand side from Harris.
40-30.
Presents Zhang with a game point here to extend his lead out to 4-1 in the second set. Comfortably taking the first, 6-2.
Just some experience showing through, I think, at this stage. Senses Harris' frustration.
Harris hangs in there.
Yes. Advantage, Zhang.
That's just the frustrating part about the young players, isn't it? Just unable to get those consistent points back to back.
And make your opponent play some points. I mean, came up on the backhand side. He looked like he was ready and waiting for that one. Just didn't get it back over.
Well, that was better from the young Aussie.
That was much better.
Yes.
Zhang didn't quite have that line covered. Very difficult to control, such power.
Close.
Oh, Harris looks to the umpire, but I'm pretty sure that that was wide.
Advantage, Zhang.
Really teed off on that forehand cross court. Ooh.
Looks
Oh,
like
hello.
a bit of the line there again. So he's had two unlucky ones in this match.
Really crucial stages too of
Absolutely.
games.
Wow.
Zheng now with the opportunity to take this to a 4-1 lead in the second set.
That's a good response from Harris. Put the frustration behind him. Got it right on that point then.
Did well, Harris. I noticed that once again Zheng puts in the short ball. And Harris, the back of the court, was able to get racket to that one and stay in the point. But he should be watching for it.
Advantage, Harris.
Well, from game point to break point here for Harris.
How quickly a game can change.
It's tennis, isn't it? So quickly. Momentum.
How quickly I am to call what's going on as well.
Harris has done it. The young Aussie has got the break. And the fans here on show court number 3 love it.
3-2.
Harris hangs in there. It's Zheng still leading, 3-2 in the second set.
Well, Harris showing some real poise on that last point and getting the cross court. It's back in this second set.
Dan and Kate, thank you very much. We've got an interesting match out on court number 6. Martin Klizan from Slovakia. This time last year, or just past the Australian Open last year, was 26 in the world. He's down the rankings to 110, so he didn't have a great 2013. Made the round of 16 at the US Open in 2012. He's playing Enzo Couakou from France, and he has taken that first set 7-6. And there is the first set summary. 52 minutes it took Klizan to get over Couakou there in the first set. But things pretty even as they head into a second set. We'll keep you posted on that. Is the young Australian Andrew Harris coming back here in the second set. It certainly looks like he's really upping the ante as we head back to Dan Ryan and Kate Kearns.
Thank you very much, Matt, as the fans here enjoy some lunch on show court number 3. Of course, free entry here at Melbourne Park for the qualifiers. The sun's out. There's some great tennis on show. Come on down, check it out. Of course, the Australian Open kicking off on Monday. The draw is out. Grab your tickets from ticketek.com. It is the place to be. And right now here at qualifiers, the place to be is show court number 3 is Andrew Harris. Perhaps, Kate, a bit of momentum on his side now. Let's see if he can put it together in this game as he serves at 2-3 in the second set. Great shot from Zheng.
Love 15.
Yeah, that ball sitting up nicely, right in the strike zone for Zheng.
Gee, that's a couple of big points from Zheng Ji from China.
Love 30.
Just trying to halt the progress of the young Aussie. Some killer ground strokes.
Well, using all parts of the court too, and Harris just on the run, baseline. Has some work to do here on serve, Harris.
So he's on the board now in this game. He needed that point desperately. He got it.
way he was moving forward on that forehand too. Might be worth giving Zheng something else to look at from the baseline.
Net cord working in the favour of the Aussie.
30-all.
So back to 30-all in this game now. So he's done well to claw it back. Big point here.
Yep, just needs to take his time, get a big first serve in. Get things back on track in this second set.
Well,
40-30.
you called for a big first serve and you got one. The ace down the tee at 188 Ks.
We haven't seen too many aces in this match.
We haven't, but what a timely time to pull one out. Just when he needed it.
Yes.
Unlucky.
Yep, hit the net. What time are we playing to tonight? Dan, do you know?
Whenever we finish. Two more games following this one on show court number 3, 2 women's singles matches.
Advantage Harris.
Most of the outdoor court today featuring 4 to 5 games of second round qualifying matches. All these players desperate to get into the final round of qualifying. Andrew Harris, a point here to level it up at 3 games all in their second set.
Game.
2 games on the trot, and Andrew Harris is back in business in set number 2.
3 games all.
3 games apiece.
Yeah, should take some confidence from that game, Andrew Harris. He was love 30 down. And had to pull out some big serves, managed to hold on.
He's consolidated the break too, which is a really positive sign for the youngster. It's a bit of pressure back on Zheng here. Game's now back on serve in the second set. Zheng has the first. It's almost as if Harris is now calling the shots in this battle out on show court number 3.
Oh, he's controlling that point beautifully. And was played up and down the court for a little while and then got the short ball.
Just not enough on that passing shot.
15-all.
No, it went straight back to Zheng and he was ready at the net. Nicely controlled volley.
$15-30.
Well, here's an opportunity.
The door is opening.
Zheng just starting to miss a few shots. Been consistent at the baseline.
Wow.
15.
2 break points here.
Yeah, and too eager to put away that backhand down the line. Miscued to Zheng. And Harris, 2 break points. Well, this has been a change up in this second set. Harris was Is he 3-1 down?
He was. That's a better shot there from Jung. He's been starved of winners over the past couple of games as Harris has stepped it up a gear. That'll do his confidence the world of good. He saves one break point, but he still faces another.
He likes finding those lines, doesn't he? He's missed on a couple of occasions in this set, not on that occasion.
Well, it's a bit of a let-off. Harris knows it. So 2 break points gone.
Harris going for the big winner down the line.
Advantage.
My ball just had too much on it to control it. Oh, you could see it too, couldn't you? Almost see the look in his eyes then.
Good look at it.
Lined it up.
Well, game point here now for Jung. Oh, the drive volley into the net.
Oh, Jung must have taken his eye off that ball. He did everything right in that point. He got some short balls from Harris. Comes in to put away the forehand volley. He really swung through that though. There's always danger in that shot. A lot of the women prefer to play that. Let the ball drop a little and swing through.
Was a strong forehand from Jung, wasn't it?
Oh, that was big.
Advantage.
Boy, that had some pace. And I was thinking that Harris was actually starting to read the game of Jung a bit better in this second set. But that ball just had too much on it. It kept really low too.
Really flat over the net.
Yeah.
Game point here for Jung. Jung holds. He's done it the hard way, but he's done it nonetheless. So he holds, and it's 4 games to 3.
4 games to 3.
In the second set. 36 minutes so far in this second. Jung has the first 6-2. 4-3 he leads in set number 2.
Let's update you on what's happening on court number 8. We've got another seeded player in qualifying, this time from Lithuania, Ricardas Berankis against Andre Gem from Brazil. Berankis taking the first set 6-4, and in the second set I can tell you things are on serve there at 1 game all, and that first set taking 38 minutes. Relatively good first serve percentage from Berankis, certainly kept him in there, and a couple of aces as well, and Gem's unforced error count higher. That's the set 1 summary. Ricardas Berankis from Lithuania taking the first set 6-4. Earlier on that court, Lucy Radecka from the Czech Republic defeated Magda Linette from Poland 6-4, 6-4. And Martin Klazan from Slovakia in that second set against Kourkou from France. He leads 3-1 after taking the first set 7-6. So you're up to date as we head back to court 3. Dan Ryan, Kate Kearns.
Nice work there, Matt, keeping us up to date with all of the action around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. Plenty of results coming in. Of course, all these players desperate to make it into the main draw. 16 places up for grabs in the men's singles, 12 in the women. These players getting closer to the final round of qualifying, which of course takes place tomorrow Young Andrew Harris here of Australia has done a terrific job in this second set. Games on serve. 3 games to 4. First set to Zheng of China. But it's been a great contest in set number 2. Bit of a fist pump there from Zheng. He knows he's close.
I guess for these players too, they've seen, or they probably would have heard about the draw this morning, about who they won't be facing.
Well, these boys won't face...
First round anyway.
Yeah. Not Nadal, not Federer.
Nadal, not Federer. I'd be happy about that.
Oh, that's a good shot from Andrew Harris. Well done.
Yeah, he was all over that return. The shot from Zheng just sitting up nicely.
James Duckworth of Australia, of course, up against Roger Federer in round number 1, and Bernard Tomic against Rafa Nadal. So that should be an absolute blockbuster.
15-30.
No favours for the Australians.
Certainly not. Andrea Seppi set to face Leighton Hewitt.
And Ash Barty, Serena Williams.
What an experience for the young girl.
Oh, boy.
You'd dream about something like that as a young kid, wouldn't you? To play against the world's best. You'd probably prefer it not to be in the first round, though.
Well, yeah. Yeah, of your home Grand Slam. I don't know, is it a dream or is it a nightmare?
A nightmare.
Not sure. No, I'm sure Ash Barty will revel in it. She's such a competitor.
30 all here in this game. Really crucial game. Harris has a game point too, so he's doing well.
Yeah, and that was a big point at 30 all. Zheng loose on the forehand again. Maybe a slight loss of concentration from the Chinese player.
Well, he sends that one wide, and Harris holds serve. We're at 4 games apiece. And fair to say, probably concentration the biggest thing. He was 3 games to 1 up, well in control of the match. He took the first set comfortably, and all of a sudden, a little Aussie is coming back into the contest.
And not only that, I mean, Harris, after he had lost that service, he threw the racket. Looks like, you know, that the set was, and the match was basically over. And major change up now in this second set. Just, is it the change of balls? Yes.
Good start to this service game for Zheng.
15-11.
Radar back on that point.
There's some advantage, I guess, serving with new balls.
I
guess with the advantage too in this second set, Zheng is serving first, so always putting that pressure back on his Australian opponent, Harris.
Bit of a jammer of a serve there.
Yes. Good, great second serve into the body.
So looking like a straightforward service game here for Zheng to go ahead 5-4. 1 point away from that. And he's got it comfortably. He holds to love. And Zheng Ji of China
5 games to 4.
puts his nose back in front in this second set. He's got the first. He leads 5 games to 4 in set number 2.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. Let's head back out to court number 6, where Martin Klizan from Slovakia, the man from Bratislava, the number 2 seed in qualifying, is playing the Frenchman Enzo Coucou. And leading here 4-1 in the second set is Klizan after taking out the first set 7-6. We'll take in at this point here. Klizan just under a little bit of service pressure here at love 30. But there's a cheap point for him, back to 15-30. Earlier on, Heather Watson making light work of her match, winning in straight sets over the French woman, Stephanie Forez-Garçon. So that's what's happening on court 6 at the moment. We'll have further news a little bit later on. In the meantime, back to court number 3. And we're heading back to Dan Ryan and Kate Kearns in commentary as we see a great shot of Rod Laver Arena and the new roof on Margaret Court Arena, scrolling back into our main broadcast court today.
Thank you, Matt. A very interesting time here in this second set. It's been a really interesting tussle between these two guys, Zheng Ji of China and young 19-year-old Andrew Harris of Australia. Harris at the start of this set was dead and buried, but clawed his way back from a 3-1 deficit to be on serve here at 4-5. So serving to stay in the match.
Left, first serve.
I don't think he's had an easy
Love
service
15.
so far, Harris, in this match.
Well, 2 quick points to Zheng.
Love 30.
Really puts the pressure on Harris here.
Yeah, great start for Zheng in this very important game of the second set. Hoping not to take it through to a third.
Oh, what a backhand. What a shot and what a time to pull it out. Brings up match point.
Well, it helps when you don't have that pressure on you, doesn't it? And you can hit a little more freely through your shots. 3 match points.
Game, set,
Oh, what a disappointing way to finish for Andrew Harris. But Zheng Ji from China will take it. He is through to the final round of qualifying here at the Australian Open. A straight sets victory against 19-year-old Australian Andrew Harris. He takes it 6-2, 6-4.
Well, Zheng just thanking the crowd, turning up to provide some support today. He did just play a much more consistent match. And when the big points were up for grabs, he took them.
So here are the match highlights from round 2 men's singles action. Zheng Ji of China and Andrew Harris of Australia. It was Zheng from China that was well in control basically in that first set. He took it 6 games to 2. Both players very happy to play from the back of the court until the moment presented itself. And both players capable of producing the big shots on both wings. Some great backhands from Harris. And some great work at the net as well from Zheng Ji. Second set, a little bit of a different story. Zheng raced out of the blocks to a 3-1 lead. Harris was notably frustrated, a little bit out of sorts, but then from somewhere, somehow, he got himself right back into the match. Games were going on serve there towards the end, but Zheng, in the end, just too strong. But Harris showing plenty of talent, plenty of potential here at the qualifiers. A big future for him indeed. But Jung composed, controlled, and getting the job done here in round number 2. So he goes through to the final round of qualifying, 6-2, 6-4. Here is the match summary. Total match time, 1 hour and 13 minutes. First serve percentage, a bit of an issue there for Harris throughout the contest. 56% for him, 75 for Jung. The winners, pretty close, pretty even across the board. 13 for Jung and 12 should I say, for Harris. But in the end, Jung too strong is straight sets winner into the third and final round of qualifying here at Melbourne Park.
Dan Ryan and Kate Kearns, thank you very much. So unfortunately, disappointment for Andrew Harris, but we look forward to our next match on Court 3, Victoria Duval from the USA against Kristina Pliskova from the Czech Republic. Well, what a morning we've had with the draw for the Australian Open, and we've got 2 matches that are just mouth-watering, especially for the Australians, Bernard Tomic and Rafael Nadal. That's just an extraordinary first-round encounter. More about that in a moment. But what an experience it'll be for young Ash Barty, the 17-year-old from Ipswich, of course, the Wimbledon Junior winner in 2011, up against Serena Williams, 17 times Grand Slam winner, 5 of them here at the Australian Open. She's going to be mighty hard to beat.
Serena says, look out. Let's hear from her now. It was as one-sided as you could possibly imagine.
You love it! Take it!
Gary!
Yeah, boss, what's up?
You were in charge of the assembly line yesterday, weren't you, Gary?
Yeah, I was around.
Good. Mind explaining these then, Gary?
I, got caught up.
Get caught up in the Australian Open this summer. Tickets are on sale. Book now.
This is the scene on Court 3. That match on Court 6 continues with the Slovakian going very well. Klazan against Kouakou from France. Heading towards the end of the second set. It looks as though Klazan is starting to run away with it, Martin Klazan. And he would be very keen to continue on his winning way through qualifying. He reached 26 in the world in March last year, got to November and really slid down the ranks, got to 110. So he would be looking to put pay to all of the gremlins in 2013 and get to this main draw of the Australian Open. Live action now on Court 6. He took the first 7-6. It was a bit of a slog for him, but this second set a lot easier. 15-love, 5-3. 24-year-old from Bratislava. Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, of course. Attempting the drop shot, mixing it up, and it's done the trick. So 30-love, only 2 points away from making finals day of qualifying tomorrow. Speaking of which, $10 entry for adults tomorrow on Nickelodeon Kids Day, and the littlies, or the not so little, under 16 in for free. So 30-love, 2 points away here. Klazan. Good strong serve, that was almost unreturnable. So 3 match points. He is putting pay to his French rival nicely here. And that has sailed out, so too good. Martin Klazan from Slovakia taking this second round qualifying singles encounter 7-6, 6-3. So he progresses 24 hours down the track, and he will be hard to get past tomorrow. So we have a look at the statistics there. 1 hour and 31 minutes. As we head now to the coin toss, Kristina Pliskova and Victoria Duval meeting the umpire in the middle of the court.
Any questions? No? Would you like to call? Tails? Tails it is. Receive. Okay.
Thank you very much, Maddie. Well done. Kate Kearns, hello. In commentary with me, Adrian Franklin here. And I'm very much looking forward to this one. It's the third matchup in qualifying today. I've had the Australian Open draw earlier today. I'm just recovering from an Australian perspective. I'm a little bit unwell.
Can we blame you for that, Adrian?
Oh.
Were you responsible for putting your hand in that cup and drawing out those names?
I take some responsibility. I'm not sure why. I was just there at the time in front row.
Can I say that was very un-Australian?
Yeah, sorry about that. I think the draw was un-Australian. No, I'm just kidding. But certainly a tough 2 weeks coming up for our Australian tennis players. But it's not just about the Australians. We've got a big matchup here. It's second round of qualifying. We've got the 9th seed, Kristina Pliskova, taking on Victoria Duval. So Pliskova is right there on your screen, a left-hander. And she's taking on Duval from America, the youngster who sensationally knocked out Sam Stosur at the US Open last year in round number 1. That was also a painful moment.
Well, yes, for Sam and for Australia, of course, going down in 3 in that first round match. Victoria Duval has, I think, grown about 4 inches since that match. And hair is slightly longer. Obviously, really, that match against Sam Stosur put a real spotlight, I guess, on the young American player, and the great expectations, of course, as you make your entry into the tennis world at Grand Slam level in a sensational fashion as she did. We'll have to, as I said, she's only 18 years of age, so a lot of work ahead of her, and I'm sure quite her career. And just having a look, Pliskova. She's, as you said, ranking 122. She's been as high as 86. Of course, she's a twin. Her sister Carolina, she played doubles with, and they won Linz in October 2013. That was the first time that that twins have ever won a doubles title. So the ladies just heating up on court at the moment. As we said, it's starting to get warm out there. It'll be about 32, 33 degrees, but there's a really strong northerly wind. And making conditions pretty tough out there for the players, particularly if you've come from Europe or from North America, where it's about, I don't know, minus 50 or something ridiculous.
It is different to here, that is for sure. It's warm out there at the moment, and next week, apparently Tuesday, is going to be 41 degrees. That's scary hot.
Well, we'll deal with that when it happens. I just need to get through today.
So, as we mentioned before, the draw has been done only about an hour or so ago. Bruce McElhaney was here, a legend, another legend, Victoria Azarenka. She's back. The defending champion. Can she do it again? Well, we'll find out in the next couple of weeks. Doesn't it give you goosebumps? We're only a couple of days away, and Victoria Azarenka, she was here earlier. She got off the tram at the Australian Open draw with Novak Djokovic. They did take their time, there's no doubt about that. We were questioning whether they were getting a ticket, whether they didn't have one of the old, what are they, Met cards? They're not Met cards anymore, are they?
No, it's Mikey.
Mikey cards, that's right. You have to have a Mikey card. It's a pleasure to welcome a man who knows more about tennis than just about anyone else, I reckon. Chris Bowers is here for Australian Open
Ladies and
Radio.
gentlemen, second round qualifying
Hello,
match.
Chris.
The best of 3 sets. First 2 tiebreak, final set advantage.
Yes, it's a big change of weather
Left chair from the Czech Republic, Kristina Pliskova.
Fence, which blew over in the gales that have affected southern England over the
To the right of the chair
Christmas
from the
period,
United
but
States,
nothing like what's
Victoria
happening in
Duval.
America, where they're about as much below zero as we're going to be.
Duval won the toss and chose to receive. Time.
Just having a few problems with Chris's mic, and we'll get that fixed and get back to having a bit of a chat to him about AO Radio and what's ahead over the next 2 weeks. And we're just getting ready for this match. Second round qualifiers between Victoria Duval from the USA and Kristina Pliskova from the Czech Republic.
You mentioned, Kate, that she's one of twins. I mean, like the Bryan brothers, one's left-handed, one's right-handed. And in fact, when Karolina Pliskova, the elder by about 2 minutes of the twins, played in the Australian Open girls singles final a couple of years ago when she played Laura Robson, her sister was the practice partner because Robson's a left-hander, and so as you see Kristina there in the picture, she's a left-hander as well. So useful practice partner for her sister on that particular occasion here. I think it was 3 years ago.
So here we go, Pliskova, the number 9 seed. She's ready to go. Not everyone else is.
That's it. Kristina Pliskova to
She'll get
serve, ready,
round 2
play.
of qualifying underway.
Love 15.
So Chris, you just arrived recently in Australia.
About 5 hours ago.
How are you feeling?
So, well, given that I just come off a 24-hour flight, remarkably well. But if I fall asleep, do prod me.
I will. It's quite tight up here with the 3 of us, so I'll just bump you.
See the big serve there.
15 all.
Pliskova is the favourite for this match, not just because she's the 9th seed, but she's in good form. She won 3 qualifying matches in Auckland last week, won a round in main draw as well. But if this big serve works, then she's going to win a few cheap points off it. Whole game is built around it, and she's like a lot of players. If the big serve's working, then the rest of her game tends to work.
Well, she defeated Vic Meyer,
30-15
in Auckland.
Yes.
So it was a big scalp.
Big-ish. Vic Meyer
Big-ish.
is
Well,
not the player
you know,
who got to the semi-finals here a few years ago.
Yeah, you ranked 122 in the world.
Yeah, no,
You knock out someone, I think she's about 52, 53.
And Pliskova has been in the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, that's class. Down the line, just leaning on that 2-handed backhand.
40-15.
That's a special stroke.
It is. It tells you how much of tennis involves anticipation, because Duval was committed to the cross court then.
Game, Pliskova.
So, comfortable game there
First
for
game.
Pliskova. She holds and leads 1 game to love. It's a pretty amazing game, tennis. The last time I saw Victoria Duval play was round 1 at the US Open, when she was on one of the outside courts, but it was one of the show courts, and obviously the stands were absolutely packed. Right now, we're in qualifying, and she certainly doesn't have many fans here. It's just a contrast of matches, isn't it, all throughout the year that they play?
Yeah, and this is they live for the Grand Slams. If you're ranked between 100 and 200, you live for the chance to have a couple of decent paychecks in the majors. But this is the kind of crowd that she'll play most of her matches in front of. It just happens to be on one of the show courts at the Australian Open.
Love 15.
This will be the first year Duval will play full-time on the senior circuit, is that?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's only 18 years of age. She's got a squeaky little voice too.
A lot spoken about American
15-all.
tennis over the past couple of years. It hasn't been as dominant as we've seen, over the past couple of decades. But on the women's side at the moment, there are some females coming through, aren't there?
That's a lovely return.
That is a lovely return.
Yeah, there are. I mean,
15-30.
Duval herself is not exclusively American. Her parents are Haitian. She could have played for Haiti, but having spent a lot of time in Florida, in particular with Nick Bollettieri in Bradenton, that's where she's based herself at the moment, and she's certainly under the tutelage of the US Tennis Association. They've got a very good youth program under Patrick McEnroe.
Yeah, a little bit wild early from Duval. She doesn't seem overly
15-40.
comfortable out on court.
It was an interesting slice there from Pliskova, because she was quite happy just to step in and give her opponent time and say, okay, you generate the pace. And that's where the error came from. Pliskova looking confident.
30-40.
Of course, Victoria Duval, you were talking about the fact that she was formerly with the Nick Bollettieri Academy over in the US, but mentor is Billie Jean King. They don't get any better than that, Chris. Whispering sweet nothings in your ear.
Yes. I mean, the mentoring program on the WTA is very good, but it is a little bit dependent on how much time the mentor is willing to put in and how much the player is willing to listen as well.
What is the mentor program exactly?
Well, it's where they partner up a young player with a former champion, just to sort of to have that phone number to call to get some advice about, the build-up to being a champion, assuming that they might become one day.
Game, Duval.
So Duval responds well there. She holds. We're at one apiece.
One game
That was
all.
a very important game for Duval. 15-40. And she got to 15-40 with that loose backhand when she had to generate her own pace. So to be able to come up with those 4 points, that's good. Wearing Venus Williams' brand of clothing.
Is she really? I like it. No real theme to the match in the early stages. It is a bit like a game of chess at times, isn't it, tennis? Particularly in the first few games. Both players, they wait till mid-set where they're completely comfortable with how they're playing.
Especially in women's tennis, where they all essentially play the same game these days. Therefore, what's different between one player and another is very, very small.
I can't imagine they've played one another before either.
No, they haven't. At least not in the full tour.
No.
Love 30.
So Pliskova perhaps having a little bit of trouble with the sun there. Chris, you mentioned before her serve. But there you go.
Yeah, she's looking up at it now. And look at the shadow behind her.
Yeah.
She's pretty much looking right up into the sun as she serves there. That's a lovely shot. Again, that's different.
That's what you want to see with the women.
15-30.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
you mentioned a lot of them do play almost exactly the same game. That's what we want to see in tennis. Drop shots, using the angles, the full court game.
Well, you've got your opponent at the baseline, put in a short shot and make them work for it.
What a stroke. Down the line from Duval.
15-40.
You're right, Chris. She's feeding off the pace, isn't she, Duval?
2 break points here, early stages. And she takes it.
Duval.
So a little bit surprising. The 18-year-old Duval
Duval leads
breaks
2
and
games to
leads
1.
2 games to 1. We're 7 minutes in, second round of qualifying.
Comes when I say that Pliskova's looking comfortable.
And a very good afternoon to you. If you're just joining our coverage on Australian Open TV, wherever you're watching around Australia or indeed around the world, a very good afternoon to you. My name's Ian Cohen. Well done to Matt Hill. He'll be commentating a little bit later on this afternoon as well. What a big day here at Melbourne Park. Conditions absolutely perfect. Certainly plenty of heat around. But this morning the draw was revealed. 128 players in the main draw for the men and also for the women. There were some astounding and intriguing draws. It's going to be a fascinating first couple of days here at Melbourne Park when we kick it off on Monday the 13th. But let's have a look at one lady who is the number 3 seed. She takes on Bethany Maddox-Sands. Now, Bethany, the American player, best known for her long socks and the war paint she puts under her eyes and gets right into it. So we're going to talk to you more about how things unfolded with the draw. Maria Sharapova will be playing Bethany. But for now, we can head back to Show Court 3. Adrian Franklin, Kate Kearns and Chris Bowers.
Thank you, Koza. Beautifully done. And well done this morning, emceeing 3/4 of the draw with Bruce McAvaney as well. So, really hard to pick at the moment, isn't it?
Tell you the stroke that's going to be really influential, and that's the cross-court backhand from Duval. Because I think when she can really get the angle, that's what she's looking for, to drive Pliskova out of court.
Saw
wind there. Did you see how that moved? And I'm sure that threw the Czech player.
Yeah, it is definitely breezy. Just looking at the trees out there at the moment. Warm day here. As you see the flags, the international flags, in preparation for the Australian Open. But it's definitely breezy. One thing about Duval that I've noticed when I have watched her play, she loves to step forward into the court. She's obviously been taught to be aggressive and not to wait for a shot. She steps in and she goes for it.
In a way, they're all looking to do that these days. We talk about trying to steal the small advantages. Robs your opponent of a bit of time.
Oh, had to make that.
30
She needed to roll it cross court, didn't she?
Yeah, she didn't need to put as much weight behind that. Pliskova's lucky here. Wasn't the greatest of approach shots. That's a terrible miss.
Half a court. I do like the fact that Pliskova is moving forward, though. We spoke before. She threw in that drop shot. At least she's changing things up.
Duval just overplaying
30,
that
40.
point. She's got a nice serve, Duval, I have to say. Very smooth. As I say that, she hits a fault.
It's a low ball toss, which helps her in this kind of slightly gusty conditions.
Game, Pliskova.
And a break back straight away. So Pliskova responds immediately. We're at 2 games apiece.
Chris, if you had a chance to look at the draw?
Not the women's. The men's, yes, but not the women's. Actually, I have the women's in front of me, but I haven't looked at it yet.
Well, we can tell you that Ash Barty has got Serena Williams.
Yes.
Why did you need to say that again, Kate?
Oh. I'm afraid that'll be a learning experience for Barty.
Yep, and
but she's got a great attitude.
Fine. Exactly.
You know, when you look at the top players, there's very little between them in terms of stroking ability. It's what's between the ears, and I like Barty's attitude. Remains to be seen how tall she's going to be, though. There's that cross-court backhand that I said would be a crucial part of this match. If she can play a lot of those,
Love 15.
I think she might expose Pliskova's slightly limited movement out to her forehand side.
Well, Barty, how old is she? 18, 19?
Yep, still.
She's not going to grow. She won't grow much more.
No.
Well, people can grow up to 18, 19. But yes, I mean, my point being that it's increasingly a sport for taller players.
Yeah.
The smaller ones have got to have really good strokes or fantastic defence.
Out.
And it's just been overruled by the chair umpire.
She can serve quite strongly though, Barty. I did notice for someone as petite as she is, she's got a pretty fast
Love
serve.
30.
Get up around 180 k's, so
She'll need it. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying
yeah, it's tougher.
You have to work harder
Yeah.
if you haven't got the basic height. If you're not at least 5'8", 1m75.
And a great shot. Probably the point of the match, that one. Sensational anticipation from Duval on the
Love 40.
backhand. That's what got her into it.
And it opened up the court. That's this backhand, that one there.
She kept going back to the backhand side though, Pliskova. What was she thinking?
Well, at that point she was defending.
She was desperate.
15-40.
And that's the serve that Chris Bowers mentioned earlier. She hasn't quite found it just yet, but certainly the stronger serve on the court, there's no doubt. So 141 wasn't
No, it's
hugely powerful, but she had the spin going right out wide.
Yeah, it's all about placement, that serve.
30,
That was all
40.
about power. 171 Ks. Duval just having a bit of a look at it. So that's perhaps one of the X factors on the court, the serve from Pliskova. She's hit 2 good ones in a row there, so starting to get into a rhythm. And that drop shot
Game, Duval.
was not a great one, so we've gone back to back to back breaks
Duval
of
leads
serve.
3-2.
And Victoria Duval leads 3-2.
Qualifying matches continue. We can head out to court 8 now, and we find ourselves at match point. This happened a few moments ago. Ricardo Barincas and Andre Gem from Brazil, and that's the way it panned out. So a good win for Ricardo Barincas. He goes through to the final 6-4 and 6-3 over Andre Gem of Brazil, a Lithuanian. Very happy with his progress. So congratulations. Hot conditions out there at the moment. You can see the players are sweating it up. The breakdown for the match summary, 1 hour and 17 minutes. The aces, Barincas had 5 of those, some cheap points there. Too many unforced errors from Gem with 24 to his record. Total points 169 to Barincas, 55 for Gem, with the Lithuanian beating the Brazilian 6-4 and 6-3. As we head back to show court 3.
Thank you, Koza. And there have been plenty of fans outside today. We've mentioned the weather. I think some people just like to get in here, you know, over the weekend, the last couple of days of qualies, just to prepare for the next 2 weeks, the real deal.
They're acclimatising.
Yeah, get their favourite seats, perhaps.
Well, you look at someone like Andy Murray, who spends pretty much the whole of December in Miami, just so that the heat here, although it's a slightly different heat, it's less humid and it's often warmer, it's not going to hit him hard. Federer played Brisbane this
15
year.
love.
A lot of them acclimatised in the Middle East, places like Dubai.
How is Andy Murray? Obviously had the shoulder operation
He's
towards the
short
end
of
of the year.
matches. He's playing Hewitt later today.
30 love.
Exhibition elsewhere in Melbourne.
Do you think he's up to a Grand Slam, you know?
No.
No,
but,
surely not.
But you never know. The best of 5 sets over, you know, if he gets a good run. We don't know when he'll play. If he, say, plays on the first day, so he
40
gets
low.
maximum recovery time, he could play himself in, but I just don't think he's had enough matches. It's also very risky to have a back operation. He must have felt it was the right option.
Game, Duval.
And Duval, she flew through that game.
Duval leads 4-2.
So she holds serve there and now leads 4-2. She's got the break of serve.
What was the problem with Murray? The back.
Well, he had back problems. I mean,
I thought it was the shoulder. It was back.
no, it was lower back problem. I mean, none of us are entirely sure what it was, but I do remember going back to the French Open 2012, and he played Jarko Niemann in second round, could barely serve. And we all thought then, gosh, is he finished? And then he goes and gets the Wimbledon final, wins the Olympic gold medal, wins the US Open, and then following year wins Wimbledon. So it's an ongoing problem, which he felt needed some surgery. It's risky. Backs are unpredictable things.
Backs are tricky.
Yeah. But he obviously felt it was necessary, and now, you know, over the next few months we'll see whether it's taken anything away from his game.
Love 30.
And there is the frustration. Early stages of this one, so clearly that was boiling up inside. You can see she's got the biggest stroke, but it's just not working for her at the moment.
Yeah, she's frustrated out there, Pliskova. She would have come into this match quite confident. Duval has really got a great start to this match.
And that is a very loose
Love
error.
40.
That's bottom of the net from halfway inside the court. She's at breaking point right here. Literally 3 break points. And she's trying to hit out her frustration, but it is not working.
New balls, please.
Duval takes the
leads.
second break and now
5 games
leads
to 2.
5 games to 2. So the Australian Open starts on Monday. We cannot wait.
Gary!
Yeah, boss, what's up?
You were in charge of the assembly line yesterday, weren't you, Gary?
Yeah, I was around.
Good. Mind explaining these then, Gary?
I got caught up.
Get caught up in the Australian Open this summer. Tickets are on sale. Book now.
So if you don't have a ticket, make sure you get online and get involved. It's the first Grand Slam of the year. That gentleman has a ticket. I've got no doubt about it at all. That's his favourite seat. He's going to be here on Monday.
Let's hope he's got his sunscreen on.
No doubt at all.
You're lobstered by the end of today.
That is a camera. So we had the draw, as we mentioned a couple of times. I'll throw a few matches at you, Chris Bowers, and let me know what you think. So perhaps from an Australian perspective, but Casey Dellacqua, there's the camera. That's going to take some good shots. Casey Dellacqua is taking on Vera Zvonareva.
Well, Zvonareva is coming back after a long injury layoff. This is a good time for Dellacqua to be playing Zvonareva. And, you know, Zvonareva is an unknown quantity. If she's got...
If it's on, it's working.
Yeah, and if she's got her confidence back, you know, this was number 2 in the world at one stage, 2 Grand Slam finals, but a long time ago and a long injury layoff, very difficult. But good time for Casey to be playing.
30-15.
All right, I'll throw another one at you. This set is very quickly running away, but I'll try and squeeze it in. So Sam Stosur playing Klara Zakopalova.
It's a tough draw for
40-15.
Stosur, not just that one, but she could play Ivanovic in the 3rd round. I think that's a tough one because Zakopalova is good. Her biggest problem, Zakopalova, is that she suffers from allergies, and but she tends to get them off the clay and the grass. This time of year, she tends to be fine. So as long as you keep her away from the guard, maybe this is a good court for the Stosur to be playing Zakopalova on because there's a lot of greenery nearby and it might catch one of Zakopalova's
So Duval
allergies.
runs away with it, and she has taken
6 games to
the
2.
first set, round 2 of qualifying, 6 games to 2 in 21 minutes. That was impressive, guys.
It was. She picked up her level when Pliskova's level dropped, and I think Pliskova could yet get back into this. It's an important round of qualifying for reasons I'll explain in a minute, but this is the highlights of set 1.
Yeah, she just seemed to get on top of her early. Duval, we spoke about the fact that she steps into the court. I mean, that was a cracking stroke, maybe the best of the game. We're seeing a couple of highlights there from Christina, but from that stage in the match, Kate, it was all Duval, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Stepping in, taking any short balls, really got her eye in with that backhand cross court, which we've spoken about at length, I guess, in that first set. And really doing some good running at the back of the court. Pliskova lost some confidence towards the end of the set, and she has some work to do in this second set. She really needs to sort of nail a few of those shots. Too many loose forehands. And we're just looking at the first set summary around first serves. Duval at 83%. That's a massive percentage. That's fantastic. Winners 7 each. Unforced errors though. Duval at 7 and Pliskova, as we said, 14. So there's the tale of two cities.
Time. And so interestingly, Pliskova has come back out very early. What do you think that says, Chris?
She's keen to get on with it.
Should she be?
Do you know, this is almost as important a qualifying round as the third one. If you lose in the third qualifying round, you still have a chance to get into the main draw as a lucky loser. You're not guaranteed a place the way you are if you win your third round, but this is the round they all want to win because they've almost got 2 chances in the next round.
And it's a good start. I guess I mentioned the fact that she comes out onto court really early. I would have assumed sitting down and just taking as long as you possibly can and just starting again would be good, as opposed to getting back out there and, you know, I mean, she finished that set so poorly.
Yeah, but maybe what she needs is to get on with it rather than... Some players are better when they've just calmed themselves down. Maybe she worked out very quickly what she needed to do. She just needs to be a bit more patient. She's going for some big winners very early.
Some interested fans there, enjoying the sun.
Yeah, that's a lovely serve.
40 love.
Right into the corner, stretching Duval on the forehand side.
It's 3 excellent points so far.
(40-15).
Again, Duval looking to push Pliskova wide on the forehand side. Normally you don't go to the... If you're looking to exploit the angle, it's going to the two-handed backhand because they've got less of a reach on that side. But Duval's worked out that Pliskova's movement to her forehand isn't great.
Game, Pliskova.
But the serve that's the only thing going for her at the moment.
Second set.
But she started well. She leads 1 game to love. Sometimes watching women's tennis in particular, it's so hard to pick a theme of the match. I mean, even now, obviously Duval ran away with it, but it's hard to tell why or how, and is it going to change now?
Well, I think from 3-2, the decisive factor was the errors from the Pliskova racket. I don't think Duval did that much. I mean, Kate, you pointed out the 83% first serve, but were many of those big first serves? I don't recall any.
No, she should be reading them better than she is, Pliskova, so I think just frustration at that end. She can get the game together, she'll win the match.
It's the problem for Duval is that she's not had to do anything to be set up so far.
And
love
that
15.
did look just wide, so Pliskova leaning into that backhand. I think she enjoys that stroke at least, the backhand.
Yes, I mean, I think she enjoys her forehand. It's when she has to run for it. But my point about Duval is that it's fine to be winning when your opponent's making mistakes, but then it's all in the opponent's hands. If they cut out the mistakes, you've then got to do something.
15 all.
And this is what will be interesting for Duval. If Pliskova can really get her game going, string them together.
Can Duval go with her?
Duval will have to do something, because I still think Pliskova's the favourite for this, even though she's a set down.
That's the backhand we're talking about. Quite simple. She just
15-30.
leans into it, and she does create some power off it. So a little bit of a window here, 15-30.
(30 all).
Shuts it down straight away. Great serve.
It's one of her best serves of the match. Again, it wasn't massively powerful, 153, but because we have a speed serve measuring device, we tend to ignore other elements of a good serve, like the angle. And that was the best thing about that serve.
Yeah, that was going to be tough. It was a good lob. Probably could have let it drop.
She could.
30-40.
I think the feeling is, if you've got your opponent on the run, go for it. Even if you don't put the smash away, you'll probably be in a commanding position, but she wasn't settled.
No, the ball got too far behind her to hit that properly.
Wait for two love.
What a strike.
Well, wasn't cross court then, Chris?
No, it wasn't, but that's the advantage. When you go mostly to one side, there's the element of surprise when you go to the other side.
Yes, Pliskova wasn't covering the line.
Oh, that was a weak second serve at 126 Ks. Another example of Pliskova just not being where she wants to be right now.
I think she saw that long.
Did she?
That was the sense I got.
She's trying to resolve the problem by absolutely cracking every ball at the moment.
One game more.
And it's not quite working. She's got to have a plan B right now, doesn't she? She's got the plan A, which is her huge strokes, but you've got to change it.
Except, you know, for most of the first two games of the second set, she's been more patient. She's been waiting for opportunities. I don't know whether she's just not feeling good and therefore doesn't trust herself in long rallies. See, that's weak.
Love
That's poor
15.
footwork. It makes me wonder whether the sun's getting to her or...
Do you think it could be that she's expecting
15
herself
all.
to win this match? She sort of came out with, you know, some strong intent, as though she could hit Duval off the court.
She's won 5 out of 6 this year. The 3 victories in qualifying plus 1 main draw match in Auckland, and this is the second round of qualifying here. So
yeah, she should be in pretty good form.
And maybe the momentum has blinded her to the fact that she still needs to work at this.
A little bit of emotion there from Duval. She knows it's an important
15-30.
early stage of this second set. I think she can sense Pliskova. Definitely her frustration. It's been quite obvious. And some good power there.
30 all.
Duval sporting the sunglasses. Always interested to see the players with sunglasses. Perfectly adjusted timing there as well.
I don't know whether they're
Victoria.
prescription glasses or not. Some players wear prescription sunglasses.
Blue, just matching the headpiece there. Great depth.
It is great depth, but again, no footwork from Pliskova.
30-40.
You are vulnerable on the third stroke of a rally, so as soon as you finish serving, get onto the balls of your feet. She for the second time this game, she just didn't.
Juice.
Great save.
Yeah, good serve down the tee.
It seems as though she's just trying to hit out and just find a way through winners and aces at the moment. It's not quite working. And once Victoria makes that shot, as soon as there's a little bit of depth there,
Advantage, Duval.
Pliskova is in trouble.
Oh, she looks really lethargic out there, Pliskova. Once again, the ball coming to her feet and just unable to get in a position to hit the ball.
Juice.
You can tell Duval knows If she can break here, this could open up. She just got underneath that double-handed backhand slightly.
Yeah, she'll be annoyed by that shot, Duval. She's in that point.
Oh, Duval is fighting for everything right now. Loose stroke, but
advantage Duval.
You've got to admire the grit of the young American.
Yes, and it's getting inside the head of the Czech.
It certainly is. She doesn't like that tennis ball either.
So when she hits a big stroke and it comes back, you feel that Pliskova looking lost.
Here we go. Second serve, another break point.
Game Duval.
And she takes it. Duval, 2 games to 1. Yet another
Duval
break
leads
of
2 games to
serve.
1.
And could she run away with this? We'll find out very soon.
Yeah, there's been some stunning tennis played here at Melbourne Park. 33 degrees at the moment. Let's head to court 6. Vera Dushevina is out on court 6. And a short time ago, this was a set point against Erika Sema of Japan. A couple of Japanese competitors in the qualifying this afternoon. And you can see there, Dushevina just too big, too strong, and went straight past, winning that first set 6-1. We'll check some of the stats for Dushevina. She comes in as the 10th seed, the Russian, and she's done awfully well just to get through to this stage. Could be, who knows, a dangerous player when you get to the main draw. We'll have all the draw details for you a little bit later in the afternoon as well, because it was an intriguing and riveting draw, and there is lots of surprises, lots of upsets, and lots of potential for not only the local talent but also the internationals as well. There's those stats for Dushevina v Sema, and the first serves in. Well, the Japanese girls got most of those first serves in, but it's to be to naught effect because Dushevina's had 11 winners to 4 and total points won 28 to 15. So Vera Dushevina from Russia, the 10th seed, in a commanding position out on court 6. Other winners there, Martin Glizon and also Heather Watson from Great Britain on court 6. Now we go back to show court 3.
So plenty of round 2 matches finishing up today.
Love 15.
I love round 3 in qualifying. I mean, a lot of tennis fans out there, they wouldn't take a huge amount of notice of qualifying, but there are some great matches coming up.
Absolutely. And people think that players rank between 100 and 200, which is generally the ranking that you get in qualifying. You know, it's a lower quality than the top 30, but the standard of tennis is still incredibly high.
The standard of that stroke
15
was not as high. That is just a great example of just where she's at the moment. There is no comfort level out there. There's no rhythm.
And somehow you just knew that was going to go to the forehand. The serve opened it up down the middle.
15.
Pliskova just struggling to get anything on that forehand. And this was always going to go in to out. Surprised Pliskova is not starting to guess these.
Well, there's no game plan out there.
Doesn't look like it.
No.
That's one.
Oh, what a shot.
I don't know. There are
40-15.
There are moments when, for those of us in everyday life who aren't tennis players, sort of when we wake up and just things are going wrong and you knock the glass of water on the bedside table off onto the floor and drop the car keys down and through the grid. The tennis player gets it in the full glare of publicity, but Kristina
Duval
Pliskova
leads 3 games to 1.
looks to me like she's just having one of those awful days.
Correction, 15 love.
So you just get the feeling the only chance that Pliskova has at the moment is just to rush through some of these service games and get some cheap points. If she's made to fight, this could be all over very soon.
Except, Adrian, it's amazing the difference in
30 love.
pressure when you have to finish the match. And she is the slight favourite here. But you're right, she's got to hang in there. She's got to win these service games so that Duval knows she hasn't got much of a margin. That was a let-off for Pliskova.
40 love.
Because the return of serve again catching her almost flat-footed. Okay, you're big into fitness, aren't you? I mean, what's wrong with her footwork?
Wait, please.
Well, other than the fact that she's not moving
Well,
them, Chris,
I suppose that's what it is,
which
isn't
is
it?
the obvious. But she is, she's hoping balls are going out.
Yeah.
That's a bad position to be in out there on court, where you're actually hoping your opponent's going to make
14-15.
mistakes, so you win points. I mean, she has to stay in these rallies a little longer.
Fault.
It's just...
And even that serve, I know it was a fault, but she literally just fell in on it, and there was no preparation about where that return may have gone.
Now,
Standing
second serve.
there.
There could be something wrong here. I mean, that
Yes.
last stroke, there's much energy going on within the body.
That's certainly what it looks like.
And if it is a little bit to do with heat stroke, which, you know, on a day like today is understandable, I mean, that's part of the Australian Open Grand Slam, though, isn't it? The heat.
Certainly is. What a stroke there from
Juice.
Duval. And when you're lacking a little bit of energy, like Pliskova perhaps is, you don't really want to be playing someone like Duval. She's young, she's passionate about the game, and she's not going anywhere right now. Just get the feeling that, I mean, Duval's playing her game right now, but she could almost just
Advantage,
be
Duval.
lobbing the ball deep and staying in every point and not making any errors, and, you know, she'd dominate right
She
now.
sort of is.
Yeah, she sort of is.
She's just getting the ball back, and that's all she needs to do.
She's rallying.
She is.
Oh,
Game Duval.
boy, oh boy.
Well, it's official. Victoria Duval is now dominating
Duval leads
this
4-1.
match for more reasons than one. Roger Federer, well, he's been in town at the Brisbane International. We had Roger Federer and friends, and he really is the king of tennis. I don't know about you, but that gives me goosebumps, literally. Check my arms, Chris Bowers.
Yes.
They are goosebumps.
They are. It must be cold in here. A mere 33
It
degrees.
is a little bit chilly, let's be honest, but what a man. Now, Roger Federer is taking on James Duckworth, another Australian. So we didn't just get the #1 seed in the men's and the #1 seed in the women's, we get Roger Federer as well.
Do you know, it's not a foregone conclusion for James Duckworth. He's got
Thank
to play
you.
very well, but, you know, you've got a chance against Federer these days. Remember Rod Laver saying, you know, when he got into his early to mid-30s, it wasn't that he was any less fit than he was before, it was that he couldn't always get the adrenaline going. And, you know, I see that with Federer. He plays 3 really good matches, and then look at the way he played against Hewitt in the Brisbane final. He just couldn't...
It was odd, wasn't it?
Couldn't find the strings. It was all frame. And if he has a day like that against James Duckworth, Duckworth has a chance. I'm not saying he'll
Lots
beat
of
him,
teams.
but we didn't think Stokowski would beat him at Wimbledon. We didn't think Robredo would beat him at the US Open. Don't write off James Duckworth.
No, I'm not now. I'm inspired. Can you speak to him before he plays?
I don't think I've said anything that he doesn't know
No,
himself.
exactly. Duckworth would be across all of that. And he would have been speaking to Leighton Hewitt, no doubt, on the phone after the draw today. But you're right, Federer, I've never seen him miss so many backhands in that match in Brisbane.
All.
I was fortunate enough to be in Adelaide over the past few days for the World Tennis Challenge, and Martina Navratilova was there, all the other legends, Tracy Austin, Martina Hingis, but there was a question posed to Martina Navratilova about getting into the latter stages of your career, which, you know, she did at one point and Roger Federer is now, and she mentioned the fact that he's tinkering with his game a little bit. He's changed the racket, obviously, you know, he's gone back to the same racket, but I think it's still slightly bigger frame. An absolute cracking stroke there from Christina. But what are your thoughts on Federer at the moment? I mean, with that tinkering and, you know, a new coach, can you read anything into that?
I think he has to try things different. I mean, I was hoping that slightly earlier in his career he'd go to the net more, just to be able to cut the points down.
30 all.
He's having to learn